Chapter 1337. Purple blood turned into a figure. His appearance was valiant and intimidating. There was an exceptional domineering aura around him. He was like a towering mountain. His hair was messy and his eyes were cold. Yi Fan had never truly met this person before, but he had seen him through the fluctuations of a certain person's divine sense. It was because he had left that person with a deep and unforgettable impression. Many years ago, there was once a young man with a heroic appearance who shocked a region. He was unrivaled among his peers in that ancient land of life and was known as the number one of the younger generation. He harbored a dream and a will to devour mountains and rivers as he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path alone. He courageously advanced and killed his way to the human race's ancient sacred city. Even though he encountered many heroes from different star regions, he was still outstanding and stood among the most powerful. His talents were extremely high and rarely seen among this group of challengers. Even the guide praised him, saying that if he was given time, he would definitely rule over a region in the future and become a matchless expert of the human race. Unfortunately, this kind of heroic talent didn't even have the chance to display his splendor and withered away prematurely. He encountered someone in the human race's second city that he shouldn't have encountered. 100 vessels vying for the current, heroes competing against each other. In an archaic Tao rite, he fought his way through bloody battles and created his own world. He sat on top of an ancient cliff and calmly comprehended the great Tao. However, a terrifying thing happened next. He encountered the greatest setback of his life. A man and a horse stepped into the sky with exceptional domineeringness. With just a single spear, he was nailed to the boundless ancient land along with his mount, drenched in fresh blood. That man and horse didn't stop for even a moment. They stepped into the sky and broke through the so-called immortal archaic Tao rite. They rushed into outer space alone like a demonic god. How domineering was that? His entire body was ice cold. Even though he was lucky enough to survive, the fire in his heart was extinguished. A young man full of vigor became dispirited and extreme from then on. More than 10 years later, he gathered his courage and stepped onto the ancient path again. Unfortunately, he encountered another person and a similar tragedy played out. He was nailed to the ground by a spear and his blood dyed the ground red. This extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. From then on, the human race's second city gained an old soldier. He often gazed at the starry sky ancient path at night with a lonely and miserable expression. His name is Guan Cheng. More than 20 years ago, when Yi Fan nailed Guan Cheng to the ground with his spear, from the splashing blood and the fluctuations of Guan Cheng's divine sense, he saw a majestic and intimidating man. It was this man in front of him. The first person to make Guan Cheng feel disheartened and dispirited is the overlord body of the ether. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He never thought that he would meet his old enemy many years ago. He had never been clear about this person's origins. The ancient path had been broken for more than 20 years, and only today did he find out. Memories of the past flashed past. Up ahead, Zi Shui had taken human form. He possessed terrifying fluctuations. His eyes opened, and essence energy rushed into the heavens. They were like two torches that burned fiercely. He actually had a wisp of consciousness. One could imagine how terrifying this blood was. This was the tyrant blood body. Back then, he passed by this place and left behind a pot of pure purple blood for the descendants of the tyrant blood of the firmament. Its divinity wouldn't scatter and wouldn't be extinguished. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body stirred restlessly, innately opposing each other. As soon as they met, they sensed each other, almost boiling over. Roar. On the other side, the purple blood body actually released a roar, shaking the entire ruined ancient land until it trembled. Boulders tumbled down from dozens of broken mountains, rumbling with noise. He took a step out and attacked over. This was a type of instinct. He was full of hostility towards those with golden blood flowing through their bodies. No matter how powerful you are still just a blood body. You dare to be so arrogant and domineering? I'll deal with you. Yi Fan sneered. He reached out a large hand and fiercely slapped down. Golden light flourished, covering this blood body. Pu. Purple blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan directly erased him. If he couldn't even directly kill a blood body in the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, then there was no need for him to fight against his old enemy. The purple blood was extremely dazzling. Every drop and strand was filled with divinity. When it landed on the mountain rocks, it entered the earth layer and blossomed with precious splendor. It made this place seem sparkling and translucent with dense purple energy. Yi Fan took out a jade jar and used the army formula to collect all of the blood. He then carefully observed it and studied its bloodline power. This was a type of tyrannical blood that contained a mysterious power. It could be considered a type of great medicine for the human body. For many people, it was exceptionally precious. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Yi Fan to use it, and he couldn't refine it either. He naturally clashed with this purple blood, so he tried to merge a drop of golden blood with a drop of purple blood. The two of them burned up completely. "Uncle, what use does this jar of purple blood have?" Yang Shi asked while blinking her large eyes. "To feed horses, dragons, bears," Yi Fan replied. The Grey race's ancient land was in a state of desolation. It had become a vast wasteland and lost its former majesty and magnificence. "Don't be too pleased with yourself. The one with the true tyrant sky blood in his body won't let you go. He will definitely slaughter his way back from the starry skies just like he did hundreds of thousands of years ago. He will kill the human race's divine physique in the human race's 50th city." A primordial spirit roared, full of unwillingness. "Noisy." Yi Fan flicked his finger, almost turning him into ashes. The primordial spirits of the two Saint Kings were both imprisoned. Yi Fan continued to explore, wanting to understand the unknown secrets of the ancient times. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and many things of the past had been forgotten. They were only descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage and could no longer be considered people of that ancient planet. Countless years ago, a supreme being appeared in the tyrant sky race. He killed a few quasi-emperors in the cosmos and was known to be unrivaled under the starry skies. He was about to prove his Tao. Oh, but he was killed by a divine physique expert. Yi Fan's body immediately trembled when he saw this secret. What era was this? Was it the archaic era or an even more ancient era? He had never heard of it before. It was extremely difficult for a tyrant sky race to prove their Tao, and it was almost impossible. Finally, a supreme being appeared who might have taken that step, but he was killed by an old enemy. That supreme divine physique expert is also dead. He failed to prove his Tao and perished in the cosmos. The primordial spirit of one of the Saint Kings howled. The divine physique race has become a thing of the past. Even the mother planet no longer exists, the other Saint King shouted. Yi Fan ignored him and continued to explore his sea of consciousness. He was shocked when he saw that the enmity between the two races was so long that it could actually be traced back to the mythological era, so much so that it actually involved the battle of the ancient heaven. Unfortunately, it was too long ago, so long that the two of them couldn't figure it out. They only had vague legends that they seemed to have participated in the great battle of that era. Yi Fan sank into contemplation. This was too astonishing. No wonder those with the tyrant sky blood in their veins hated the human race's divine physique so much. This kind of hatred was extremely old and had been branded into their bones and blood. "Let me see what's so special about the ancient scriptures of your race and how it sharpens one's body," said Yi Fan. The two of them immediately shouted in anger and struggled violently. However, how could they resist after falling into Yi Fan's hands? They were suppressed in an instant. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was disappointed. Many tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person with the tyrant sky blood physique who came to this place and took back the ancient scriptures that were originally incomplete. During the endless years, there was more than one tyrant body that had walked on the ancient starry sky path. The human race's 50th pass was too special. The scriptures were spread outside and easily coveted by others. And now, the descendants of the tyrant sky blood lineage no longer cultivated the ancestral scriptures but a different sacred method orthodoxy. Yi Fan sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the sacred orthodoxy didn't have much attraction for him. Only the scriptures of the great ancient emperors could move him. However, he also obtained some valuable information. The tyrant body was extremely powerful and could contend against the divine physique. The tyrant blood lineage was a supreme precious blood in the mythological era. In the distance, many divine senses probed over, but they didn't dare to take a step closer. On this ancient star, the Kang family was the most powerful race. The other inheritances were all suppressed by the Great Tao. Now that the Kang family was defeated, the other powers were naturally trembling in fear. Yi Fan probed their sea of consciousness and obtained a lot of valuable information. After that, he gave them a quick death by turning them into ashes with a single slap. He stood there and pondered for a very long time. During this process, the little boy was very quiet. He sat on the bluestone with his chin propped on his hand, not wanting to disturb him. In the distance, many experts silently retreated, not daring to approach. Fear filled their hearts. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan recovered. He smiled at the little boy and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little." "Young," she replied. "Do you want to enter my sauce chi cauldron and have a feast?" Yi Fan asked. "Sure." The little boy was extremely excited. He was filled with anticipation. With a flash of light, he was sucked into the cauldron. Yi Fan observed this dilapidated land. He used Genesis arts and his gaze pierced into the depths of the earth, beginning to probe the heavenly origin divine formation. This place was very strange. How could there be such formation runes? It was simply unimaginable. They should have appeared on this ancient star earlier than the heavenly race. He was very cautious. After observing the terrain for a long time, he walked step by step into the depths of the earth to capture the great dragon veins. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw many heavenly origin runes carved on the dragon veins. They were complex and profound. These marks had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Large numbers of the runes had dimmed, destroyed by the power of time. Not long after, these ancient formations were activated and instantly exploded. More than half of the remaining Tao runes were destroyed. This caused many thoughts to run through Yi Fan's mind. Heavenly origin runes from tens of millions of years ago, this was simply too shocking and somewhat unreal. One must know that the first heavenly origin ancestor of the Eastern Wasteland had only appeared about 100,000 years ago. He had shone brilliantly in the post-primordial era. This place and these ancient formations might be products of the archaic era, or even older. How could this not be shocking? The heavenly origin book was cast from a special kind of silver metal. It was unknown which era it was written in, but it was said that even the first-generation ancestor had used it to cultivate. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had already returned it to Zhong Wuye. Otherwise, he could have taken it out to see if it could resonate with the runes here. In that case, it originates from the starry skies and isn't an ancient technique created by the Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He carefully examined the ground. Apart from the obliterated ancient runes, he didn't find anything special. Moreover, nothing inauspicious had happened to his body either. Could it be that the ancient formation has already been destroyed and lost a kind of demonic power? That's why it doesn't affect me much. No, there should be something special that was obliterated just now. He searched again and finally found a human-shaped pile of ashes. This place gave off an eerie feeling, and it was very strange. Yi Fan stayed on this planet for 3 days. He explored the depths of the earth and found even more ruins, all of which were ancient formations that had almost been obliterated to the point where they couldn't be seen anymore. Finally, he left the ground and soared into the starry skies. He looked down at the ancient planet, deep in thought. Suddenly, Yi Fan's body trembled as if he had thought of something. He looked at another ancient planet with life in the distance. That was the ancient land where Yang Shi and the others lived. What a grand scheme. The Eastern Wasteland's Yuan Taoist master can control the geography of the mountains and rivers, and the experts in the starry skies are fiddling with the stars. Yi Fan cried out involuntarily. He hadn't been so shocked in many years. What he had discovered underground was only the tip of the iceberg. The true secret was the layout of this starry sky. 2 ancient planets with life, 2 sources of life. They were all man-made, and at specific times, this starry sky would become a mysterious and orderly diagram. Chapter 1338. The galaxy in the universe was bright. However, in this endless star area, the ancient ruins of life were too rare. Compared to the vast heaven territory, they were almost negligible. In such a vast star area, it was a big event to find traces of life. Yi Fan stood in the sky, observing the sea of stars, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy. Compared to the celestial bodies in the universe, human beings were really humble and small. Their short lives were just a blink of the starry sky. However, it was this kind of subtle human being that could sometimes be strong enough to change the sky and the earth. They could control this universe and become the supreme, omnipotent ruler. The life star on the other side corresponded to the tyrant burial ground here. According to the original technique, it would rotate to a strange position after a certain period of time. At that time, a magnificent spectacle would appear in this starry sky. This is the extreme of resonance, using the stars as chess pieces on the board, manipulating the boundless heaven and earth, turning it into the patterns one needs. Just how great of a skill is this? It is shocking from past until present. Yi Fan released a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't do it at the moment. This kind of layout was really earth-shaking. Stealing the fortune of the sun, moon, and stars, what did they want to do? The 50th challenge of the human clan was a special place, a variable in the Dian. Today, someone had arranged such a vast ruin, which made people wonder. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky and quietly calculated, constantly using the original technique to calculate. Then, he spread his palm and sprinkled a handful of Star River God sand, which sparkled and sparkled. He looked at them as if they were stars. He calculated all the stars in this area, including the meteorites. He placed a small astrolabe, which showed a large area of the starry sky. When the sun and the moon overlapped, when the planets revolved, and when they reached a special period of time, these stars arranged themselves into the pattern of this place. "It's really beautiful and brilliant," said Yang Shi. His big eyes gazed at the Star River God sand. It was a miniature starry sky, which made the little guy fantasize. Yi Fan didn't let him stay in the myriad chi cauldron all the time. As long as there was no danger, he would let him stay in his gold sacred domain to increase his knowledge. Indeed, such a great display, it really is beautiful. I believe that all of the heroes from past until now would be convinced, feeling inferior. Yi Fan said. This Star River God sand simulated the real scene of this starry sky at a special time. It was the result of his meticulous calculation and deduction. It could be called magnificent. It was a massive yin and yang diagram. The two life stars where the sacred body and the tyrannical ether blood were buried were the two yin and yang points of this ancient diagram. When the sun explodes and is destroyed, releasing its energy, this diagram will truly open. Then, it will light up the immortal divinity that can illuminate the entire star area. The ancient diagram will revive. After thousands of calculations, Yi Fan used the Genesis technique to restore these. However, he did not know what would happen after the divine diagram was resurrected. He could not evolve to that stage. It's so vast. Is it all set up by humans? Perhaps they left some traces and clues. The little kid expressed his childish opinion. Being in the gold sacred region, he could speak, he could breathe, and he didn't feel uncomfortable in the cold universe. In the next half a month, Yi Fan roamed the starry sky, constantly exploring. He left his footprints in every dragon vein of the two ancient life stars. His figure could even be seen in the sun star. Such a vast arrangement, of course, it was best to arrange it in the natural pattern. It was the easiest to save energy, and the most man-made traces were the meteorites. Many meteorites were intermittent. When they connected at a specific time, they would form a yin and yang curve, dividing this vast ancient celestial diagram. After Yi Fan failed to find anything in the poles and the sun, he entered the key position of the huge divine diagram, the curve of the Tao. It was very important. Perhaps it was the only place where he could find something. Suddenly, when he approached a meteorite that was as big as a star, Yi Fan's body shook. He felt pain all over, as if many steel needles were about to pierce through his skin. "Ouch!" the little kid screamed. They were strands of red hair, but as soon as they appeared, Yifan suppressed them. The golden blood in his body flowed faster, and his divine power burned fiercely, strangling this unforeseen event. The yin and yang dividing line in the ancient Tai Chi diagram was formed by countless meteorites. They didn't form a line at the moment, and they were scattered in different areas without reaching a specific time. Yifan had just boarded a huge meteorite at the edge, and he encountered such an inauspicious situation. He was alert and carefully boarded this broken star. He was sure that the person who arranged this heaven and earth pattern was many times more exquisite than his Genesis technique. He was far from reaching the end of the Genesis technique path. In the Eastern Baron, several Yuan Taoist masters had created some techniques in their later years to perfect the source heavenly book. Obviously, they also knew that this path could go further. This meteorite was full of holes and cracks, and there were many Genesis heavenly patterns. When Yifan boarded the meteorite, he felt a wave of cold air. His eyes froze, and he saw a figure in front of him. It was an ancient path platform, and on it sat a skinny figure motionlessly. With every step he took, Yifan's body would hurt a little, and he would feel it. When he got closer, he saw the person's true appearance. His skin was yellow and shriveled, and his body was motionless. He didn't know how many years he had passed away. Clothing from the ancient times. Yifan muttered to himself. These years, he had read many ancient books and understood the characteristics of many eras. This was a person from the ancient times. If he guessed correctly, he was most likely an ancestor of the Yuan Taoist master's bloodline. There was a kind of dark energy in his body, and as soon as Yifan probed, he immediately shattered and turned to dust. It had been too long, and in such a long time, the bones of ordinary saints would have turned to dust. The great Tao would activate the remnant laws in their bodies to forcefully dissolve them. There was a time limit to immortality. There were some Genesis heavenly patterns on this huge meteorite, but they were mostly destroyed. Yifan followed this curved ancient path and continued to land on other meteorites. Just like that, he moved faster and faster. He was very far from the 50th human city, and the land became more and more desolate. He entered a strange ancient land. The broken yin-yang dividing line was scattered everywhere. According to what Yifan had deduced, he didn't miss a single spot. Along the way, his body felt it several times. "Uncle, there are more and more meteorites. Will we encounter some kind of creature? Why do I feel like there's something watching us?" Yang Shi whispered as he carefully observed the meteorites around them. Yifan rubbed his head and felt deeply gratified. This kind of innate talent was truly extraordinary. This rotten child's spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he could actually sense the abnormality. It was truly rare. In reality, Yifan had long since sensed that the seemingly dead meteorite group was not a desolate land. There really was a pair of cold eyes watching them from the dark. "Where do you think you're going?" Yifan suddenly shouted and suddenly launched an attack. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward a ring-shaped mountain. This kind of speed left even saint kings in the dust. They could only sigh in admiration. "Aoo!" This was the roar of a soul. It was mournful and ear-piercing. It was extremely powerful and directly attacked the soul. Behind Yifan, a 5-colored divine light flashed as 5 treasured swords slashed forward. The humanoid creature was instantly slashed horizontally and was sliced into several pieces. This was an extremely powerful creature. Its entire body was covered in black fur and it was a foot long. It resembled a huge monkey, but it was impossible for it to be Yifan's opponent. It could only die with a grudge. "Uncle, is he a ghost?" The rotten child's face was somewhat pale. Even though his will was firm, he was still very young and had never seen such a thing before. "This seems to be a ghost ape," Yifan patiently explained. Duanda had once said that this kind of creature was born in the extreme yin ancient tomb and was born from the transformation of powerful corpses. This was a type of living creature. From the point of view of mortals, it could barely be considered a ghost. But if one looked deeper, the difference would be huge. The golden divine flames around Yifan's body burned brightly, illuminating the entire area. The body parts on the ground were struggling unceasingly. He took a step forward and read the consciousness of this ghost ape. In my previous life, my immortal foundation has long since decayed. Now, I'm only left with a kind of instinct and some blurry memories. What, ghost soldier, crossed the starfield? Suddenly, Yi Fan was astonished as he saw this blurry imprint. His heart trembled as he thought of many things. With a flick of his finger, his battle prowess of the 8th level of the Saint Realm was completely displayed. A golden flame burned this ghost ape cleanly, leaving nothing behind. There were strange creatures left behind here. Could it be that this huge celestial formation wasn't completely abandoned and was still being used? Yi Fan's heart trembled at the thought of this. He felt that he might be able to catch something extraordinary. "Uncle, did you catch a ghost just now?" The rotten child's eyes were full of little stars and his face was full of worship. Clearly, he hadn't truly entered the life of a cultivator. After walking on the path of cultivation, how could there be any ghosts? This is nothing. Yi Fan shook his head. A few days later, they approached a special meteorite. The yin energy here was extremely dense. Even the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars couldn't penetrate the thick mist. When Yi Fan set foot here, he immediately sensed the abnormality. The white bones on the ground were scattered everywhere, and they immediately shattered into snow-white bone powder. Catcher, catcher. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the front of the field of bones. A group of heavily armored soldiers walked past. They were armed with iron spears, and the air was filled with yin energy. Yin soldiers. Yi Fan was shocked, his heart shook, he suddenly thought of some familiar scenes. Eastern Baron, ancient purgatory. Tens of thousands of yin soldiers appeared. The northern region Source King appeared there with red fur all over his body. He had been awake for a short while and told him that he was escorting the yin soldiers across the border. At that time, Yi Fan, Du and De, and the Black Emperor saw with their own eyes that there were tens of thousands of yin soldiers crossing a yin river and entering the netherworld. They gradually disappeared. At that time, they were still discussing where these people went and what kind of existences they were. Now, Yi Fan saw similar yin soldiers again, inwardly shaken. Yin soldiers borrowed the way. This was simply an army crossing star domains, fighting towards the distance. The red-furred Yuan Taoist master escorting the yin soldiers across the border. Yi Fan was shaken. This was clearly related to the outer realm. What kind of power did they belong to? Without a doubt, the Yuan Taoist master played an extremely important role in this. Chapter 1339. The yin mist pervaded the air and white bones littered the ground. In front of them was a squad of over 10 yin soldiers. They were clad in heavy armor and wielded halberds and spears. They were filled with an austere aura. They patrolled this place with an eerie aura. There was no sign of life on their bodies and they were like cold puppets. So many ghosts. Have we arrived at the underworld? The rotten child was speechless. His face was pale at first, but now, he was gradually adapting. His little heart was slowly becoming more tenacious. Yi Fan frowned. He might have seen a superpower that had existed since the ancient times. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying inheritance. This was definitely a very serious matter. Yin soldiers borrowed the path to conquer the distant land. There were such legends since ancient times, but very few people knew about the secrets behind them. This was clearly the mobilization of troops across star domains. How terrifying was this? Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. He didn't believe in the legends of evil ghosts. This was definitely a supreme organization. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze and carefully observed these yin soldiers. They were all ancient corpses that had died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some of their armors were clearly in the style of immemorial iron clothes. "Uncle, don't tell me we've really arrived at the underworld?" the rotten child asked in a small voice. His heart was in a mess. Yi Fan was startled. The underworld, this part of the starry sky also has a legend. Yes, the place where the dead go is also called the underworld. Isn't that what the people say? The little fellow blinked his big eyes and innocently asked. Yi Fan was stunned after hearing this. Whether it was on Earth, in the Big Dipper, or on this ancient starry sky path, They all had such legends. He had always scoffed at these rumors after he embarked on the path of cultivation. Cultivators themselves could fly in the sky, tunnel through the earth, move mountains, and fill the seas. They were already considered immortals in the eyes of mortals, so why would they believe in the ghosts of the underworld? At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that he had overlooked an extremely serious fact. Many ancient starry sky places had legends of the underworld, but he had chosen to ignore them. The underworld, under the rule of the Celestial Court, such an organization truly existed in the era of legends. It hasn't been completely annihilated, and it still controls the underworld. Yi Fan shuddered. He instantly thought of many questions. He had neglected a terrible question all these years. Who said that everything in the Celestial Court had turned to smoke? Over the countless years, ancient heaven was not just a simple survival of a small number of lost races. There should have been a considerable number of tribes that passed down their orthodoxy. The behemoth ancient heaven had not really turned into ashes. There were still traces of it. Perhaps there were still some gods ruling over some ancient starfield. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It wasn't as simple as just surviving a few descendants. Perhaps some of the regions they ruled had never declined. At the very least, the underworld still exists. With so many netherworld soldiers passing through, what kind of enormous force is this? They can mobilize troops across starfields. It can be described as a pitilessly terrifying force. Yi Fan had consulted many envoys and learned that the ancient starry sky road of the human race was a legacy of the mythological era. It had existed since the ancient heaven era and was inherited by later generations. It's the same road. If we continue like this, we might encounter everything in the ancient heaven. Yi Fan opened his celestial eye and carefully observed these netherworld soldiers. Through their armor, he saw their true appearances. Most of them were humans, but there were also a few demons and ancient races. The underworld under the rule of the Celestial Court doesn't discriminate between races. It's just that this part of the ancient road belongs to the human race. In the end, the celestial race, human race, demon race, and other branches will merge and lead to the ancient ultimate land. Yi Fan bypassed this group of netherworld soldiers and continued forward. In an open space, he saw a huge city. It was an immortal city built on white bones. Black mist curled up one after another. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, but they calmly entered and left this ancient city to patrol. What does all of this have to do with the Yuan Taoist master? How did they intersect? Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was practically a miniature underworld. There were no living creatures, only lifeless corpses. It was unknown why they could walk around like this, and even form groups of netherworld soldiers. It was truly hard to imagine that there would be such a huge ancient city on such an unremarkable meteorite. It was truly shocking, and contained countless secrets. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Could it be that you want to wreak havoc in the underworld? Yang Shi's expression changed from uneasiness to calmness, and then to excitement. This change happened very quickly. Oh, I really have to go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He needed to thoroughly understand everything, as there were too many secrets hidden within. A single step took him hundreds of miles, and he circled around the meteorite. There was yin mist everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. It was extremely similar to the underworld. There weren't many netherworld soldiers, and they were all gathered in this ancient city, as though they were guarding something. This was an important stronghold of the underworld. Bang! Yi Fan circulated the Bing word incantation, and a netherworld soldier was flung through the air. In an instant, it was captured by Yi Fan. The heavily armored netherworld soldier opened its mouth and howled. Qin Wentian lifted his golden palm and directly pressed down, immobilizing the netherworld soldier. He pointed a finger at the netherworld soldier, reading the memories of its immortal foundation. However, a cracking sound rang out as the netherworld soldier's skull shattered. That place had long rotted away, and there were no memories left. There was only a devil will that echoed in his sea of consciousness: protect this city. How powerful was Yi Fan now? The Yin soldier's struggle was futile. When this layer of armor was ripped off, cracks appeared all over its body, and then it turned into dust. Then, the armor did the same, disappearing with the wind. What method did he use to summon them back to the battlefield? Yifan couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. He continued to attack and captured more than 10 Netherworld soldiers. Almost all of them experienced the same phenomenon. Their entire bodies turned into dust, as though they had experienced millions of years in an instant. There was only one exception. One of the Netherworld soldiers shone with a dark light before it rapidly shrank, turning into a thumb-sized black jade puppet. With a ding sound, it fell to the ground, its entire body flickering with a demonic light. Yifan picked it up and looked at it again and again. Such a thing had happened before in the Supreme Ancient Purgatory. Duanda captured a Netherworld soldier, and in the end, it turned into a jet-black puppet. After many years, Duanda figured out that this was a Yin talisman, a Netherworld soldier created by a supreme existence to summon real ancient corpses as servants. It was difficult to obtain any great harvests outside the stronghold. Yifan moved stealthily and arrived in front of the city wall. He executed the row-word incantation and entered. Although there were formation runes obstructing him, it was difficult to stop him. The city was deathly silent, there were no signs of life at all. Only a sparse number of Netherworld soldiers could be seen walking on the ancient streets. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All of a sudden, the yin energy in the entire ancient city surged violently. All kinds of cold auras gathered in his direction. This was a city of the dead, and Yifan was a living being. He was sensed by the powerful and strange ancient formation runes, attracting the entire city of Netherworld soldiers to attack him. Who dares to intrude into my underworld? A hoarse voice transmitted over, low and terrifying. He arrived in a flash, bringing with him a torrential yin mist. This was a general of the Netherworld soldiers. He was clad in black armor, revealing a pair of deep and cold eyes. It was as if a ghostly fire was flickering in his eyes, emitting an astonishing holy might. Behind him, there was a large black mass of Netherworld soldiers. Hundreds of Netherworld soldiers wielded their weapons as they surrounded Yifan. I finally met someone with divine sense fluctuations. Yifan muttered to himself. He was not startled, but rather happy. Very soon, he was greatly shocked. The immortal platform of this Netherworld soldier general was black, different from the holiness of cultivators. The yin energy there was dense, like a cave of ghosts. What kind of place is this exactly? What kind of existences are you all? Why are you guarding this place? Yifan asked. On the road to Underworld, there is a pass. Why did you barge in? His voice was hoarse, and his words weren't very clear. His divine sense was scattered. Where is Underworld? Yifan asked again. I don't know, but you want to join us. He suddenly let out a long howl, causing the entire pass to tremble. In the distance, there were densely packed Netherworld soldiers everywhere, rushing over. At the same time, there was another long howl. A second Netherworld soldier general appeared, transforming into a beam of black demonic light as he rushed over, surrounding Yifan. This was an unavoidable battle. The thoughts of the Netherworld soldier general were very simple. He wanted to turn Yifan into one of them, turn him into a corpse, and enter Underworld. The night march of 100 ghosts, the dance of corpses. Uncle, hurry up and enter Underworld. If we succeed, we will be gods. The little rotten child cried out excitedly. What kind of nonsense was this? Yifan didn't care about it and began to fight. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation fist appeared, golden blood chi surged. Many of the Netherworld soldiers turned into black smoke, and a small number of them became black jade puppets, falling to the ground. The powerful Yifan today could completely rule over an area. Even if he was in an ancient pass in Underworld, he still had no fear and could suppress an entire region. Pu, pu, fist sounds rang out one after another. Yifan's fist force could definitely shatter mountains, rivers, and all living things. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Patches of Netherworld soldiers were turned into flying ashes. Yifan's golden palm descended, like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The 2 generals couldn't move at all, both of them were suppressed. No matter how much they screamed, it was useless. Yi Fan searched their black immortal platforms. It was incomparably chaotic inside. They only had simple consciousnesses and were ordered to protect this place. There were no other distracting thoughts. This was an important place for Netherworld soldiers to pass through. Uncle, you're really too powerful. Have we become gods after defeating Underworld? Young, she cried out. Yi Fan felt a great pressure. He had a bad premonition. He had come into contact with a shocking secret from ancient times until now. The Celestial Court had been destroyed, but the rule of Underworld Earth hadn't collapsed yet. After such a long period of time, they had always been mobilizing troops. Where exactly were they attacking? Can I enter the underworld of the legendary era from this place? He muttered to himself. He escorted the two generals forward and searched the ancient city. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His entire body shone and golden blood surged. Densely packed red hair grew out from the surface of his body. His entire body was in pain and he felt uneasy. In the center of the ancient city, there were many heavenly origin runes that crisscrossed and emitted dazzling light. They were all activated. Strands of blood spread along the runes, causing this place to look incomparably demonic. It was filled with a strange and powerful magic power fluctuation. In the center of the blood-colored runes, there was a tall figure covered in red hair. The figure's back was facing him, and he looked like a devil. Die for me, Yi Fan shouted. A golden blood mist appeared, isolating the ominous aura outside his body. The blood-colored hair on his body was burned clean, and his body expelled strands of yin qi. Which generation's heaven source ancestor are you? Or are you an existence from the starry sky? I don't know the starting point, and I don't know the ending point. The end of the cycle of reincarnation will come to an end. The tall figure covered in red hair suddenly turned around. Even his eyes were blood red. Chapter 1340. Swoosh. The creature with red fur all over its body raised its hand, and the patterns on the ground all came to life as if they were alive. Sword cries rang out, and tens of thousands of sword chi slashed open the thick lead clouds in the sky, piercing into the cosmos. Without a doubt, this place had become a killing ground. Yi Fan was naturally under great threat. He stood there and became the target of attacks. Yi Fan didn't escape. He was calm and composed. He also knew Genesis arts, and more importantly, he was a powerful cultivator. The combination of the two multiplied his combat power. A golden Tai Chi appeared and enveloped him within. Around him, strands of innate Tao patterns spread out like golden lightning bolts that swam around. Using Genesis arts to resist, Tao laws to protect, and supreme divine forms to conquer, Yi Fan turned into the dragon-shaped golden Tai Chi. This was the essence of his self-created reincarnation scripture. The Genesis arts clashed, and the various patterns on the ground intertwined and fiercely resisted. As for himself, he urged the golden Tai Chi to crush forward and charge straight at the mysterious man. Who are you? Yi Fan asked. This person might be the Yuan Taoist master, or he might be an existence in the universe. He must be an expert in Genesis arts. In the center of the ancient city, the ground was covered in Genesis arts. They were densely packed and flickered with a strange light. Streams of blood flowed along these patterns. It was a horrifying sight. The end of reincarnation. Soul summoner, he answered coldly. His blood-red eyes were like two demonic lanterns, emitting a heart-palpitating scarlet light. Don't talk to me about Underworld, and don't talk to me about reincarnation. I'm asking you who you were in your previous life. Did you come from the Emperor Burial Planet? How did you end up here? Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master's bloodline was inextricably linked to Underworld. It didn't even need to think to know who could protect the Nether soldiers. It was strange and mysterious. I've forgotten my previous life. At the end of reincarnation, everything has become nothing. Everything will come to an end. I'm here to bring you back. The tall body covered with red hair looked like a ferocious ghost that only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was ferocious and terrifying, and every inch of its skin, including its face, was covered with over half a foot long red hair. It was a simple conversation, but the two violently collided thousands of times. This was a battle of Genesis techniques. This person's technique was the best in the world, and his mastery of this ancient technique was even higher than Yi Fan's. This was a Yuan Taoist master who had long walked his own path, transcending the scope of the Genesis techniques recorded in ancient books, and had gone one step further. Boom! Between his palms and fingers, 6 layers of immortal light shot out, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, using the power of all living things to suppress Yi Fan. This was the 6 immortal seals. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly dodged. The golden divine lightning in front of his forehead flashed, and thousands of heaven-reaching sword chi flew out from the center of his brows, hacking at the 6 layers of celestial light, wanting to destroy it. Clang, clang, a deafening sound came, and everything in the world seemed to be pressing down at the same time, forming a vast and immeasurable power, suppressing Yi Fan together. The meteor trembled, and at the same time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Thousands of silver waterfalls fell from the sky, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. This was the saint power of the star domain summoned by the 6 immortal seals. This was an unstoppable and violent attack, drowning Yi Fan, wanting to suppress and seal him in it. It could be called a peerless divine technique. The 6 immortal seals was recorded in the sourcebook, and it was an ancient technique that existed in theory. It had not been successfully created, and Yi Fan could currently use it to the 5 immortal seals. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't use it all, and he needed to go to a higher level. But this person had used it all, and it was an extreme transformation. Yi Fan suspected that it was actually the 7 immortal seals, and had long surpassed the theoretical 6 seals ancient technique. From its name, one could see the power of this Taoist technique. When reached the extreme, it could suppress gods and seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying it was. Streams of stars descended one after another, majestic and boundless, turning into 6 small worlds, sealing down layer after layer. Boom! Golden lightning shot in front of Yi Fan's brow, and the heavenly sword chi was incomparably dazzling. This was imitating the primitive emperor's Taoist sword, and it slashed continuously, causing heaven and earth to shatter. This was originally a forbidden divine technique, which Yi Fan obtained after observing and repeatedly evolving during the battle with Yuan Jiyu. Unfortunately, it was incomplete, and it could not be perfected. Clang, clang, the heavenly sword chi rushed into the sky, and even if one layer of the small world was cut open, there was still the next layer, layer after layer, overlapping, a total of 6 layers, and even the shadow of the 7th layer had already appeared, but it still could not be broken. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Tao of Genesis techniques was limitless. Borrowing the power of the galaxy of heaven and earth, one could evolve their own Taoist technique to this stage, and it could be said to be astonishing. This was an inheritance that could look down on both ancient and modern times. Millions and millions of strands of stellar radiance spread out, forming a silvery white expanse. They poured down from every opening, forming a 6-layered small world to seal Yi Fan. A large pure white cocoon was formed there, wrapping him within. It emitted waves of holy energy, and the 6 layers of small worlds overlapped, turning into a prison. Yi Fan faced the battle calmly. The instant he was about to be sealed, all kinds of secret techniques were used at almost the same time. The golden divine treasure appeared behind him, and his hands brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His eyes also surged with immortal light. Several of the most powerful ancient techniques appeared, and even the powerful 6 seals couldn't stop them. Yi Fan tore open the large silver cocoon and quickly rushed towards the red-haired creature. He wanted to slit its throat with a single strike, quickly capture it, and interrogate it for all kinds of secrets. However, the red-haired creature was really very powerful. The divine techniques between its fingers were endless, and it could call the wind and summon the rain, pluck the stars and capture the moon. He tore open space and sent Yi Fan flying into a starry sky. The true great art of changing heaven and earth. At this moment, he connected the outer realm, connecting this meteorite to another brilliant starry sky. He wanted to send Yi Fan in and pull away enough distance. Many saints couldn't do this, but after the heavenly origin divine technique had been refined to a higher realm, he could do it. He could control the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and use all things in the universe for his own use. Swoosh! Dao patterns appeared under Yi Fan's feet, and footprints appeared in the void one after another, imprinting themselves into Dao diagrams. This was the embodiment of using the row character technique to its peak. He wasn't swallowed by the starry sky, and he crossed the natural chasm, charging towards the terrifying red-haired creature. Yi Fan rapidly closed in. He opened his mouth and let out a clear roar. Strands of sound waves turned into Dao laws, suppressing forward. If they really were hit, even a Saint King might not be able to withstand it. However, the red-haired creature was extremely powerful. All kinds of patterns interweaved under his feet, and in an instant, the stars moved and the mountains and rivers lost their color. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he had suddenly been pulled 10 million miles away. The plaza at the center of the ancient city was full of heavenly origin patterns. This was an extreme formation, and even with Yi Fan's peerless offensive power, he couldn't break in and was pulled away. The only fortunate thing was that he knew Genesis techniques, so he didn't get lost here. With each step, he rushed in and killed his way closer and closer. Of course, Yi Fan couldn't be as fast as the red-haired creature. This place had the wonders of heaven and earth, and it had been arranged by peerless Genesis technique experts for many years. Sometimes, he would stop to think of a way to break it. In fact, he even encountered fatal disasters several times. The ancient Genesis technique formation had awakened, and this place could kill peerless expert. This was a fierce battle that Yi Fan had encountered on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had attacked for a long time without success, and it was very difficult. Anyone who didn't understand Genesis techniques would have died a long time ago. Yi Fan believed that even a few Saint Kings working together couldn't break this ancient formation. This was definitely the crystallization of Genesis techniques. After experiencing several disasters, he had become even more cautious. Suddenly, the red-haired creature murmured, and its blood-red eyes flickered. It was demonic and strange. The laws and Dao patterns in this world were even more concentrated, and the vast ripples coming from the outer realm were especially so. Yi Fan raised his head, and his heart immediately jumped. This was too powerful. It was a group of meteors, vast and boundless. When they flew over together, it was as if they were immortals in heaven. What kind of vast power was this? It could definitely destroy the star fragment they were on. Regardless of whether it was the ancient city or the underworld, they would all be smashed into dust. Yi Fan believed that with his own strength, he could shatter the meteors one by one. However, this group of meteors was definitely different. They were arranged into a strange pattern. That is, the manifestation of the Genesis technique's blessing. They are separated by an endless distance, but the Dao patterns have already been carved on them. His heart sank. The brilliant meteors flew over and arranged into Dao patterns. It was like a misty rain sprinkling down, and there was actually a kind of desolate beauty to it. Yi Fan let out a shout, and the surrounding patterns spread out. They were dazzling, and they faced the sky as all kinds of Dao techniques were used. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the golden divine treasure, and the origin magnetic immortal light all came out. He also opened up his vision to attack and defend as he fought this red-haired creature. All kinds of Dao sounds rang out, lingering in the ears. Brilliant light completely engulfed this place, and the yin fog was completely refined. The ghost soldiers and the 2 saint-level generals were all turned into dust, no longer existing. Yi Fan's entire body was shining like a blazing sun falling into the snow, melting the Ice Kingdom. The netherworld soil was almost evaporated, and all kinds of ghostly chi dissipated. The city instantly disintegrated. After so many years, this was the first time Yi Fan had been forced into such a situation. Today, it could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Meteors exploded one after another in the sky, but the heaven's Genesis patterns didn't dissipate and continued to attack. In the starry sky, a misty rain bloomed. Every gorgeous scene represented the explosion of a star fragment. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. It's another year when the divine flower blooms. Revive her. Did I pick it? No, I failed. The red-haired monster's eyes were dazed, and the blood in his eyes gradually faded. He stared at the dazzling rain of light in the sky and muttered to himself, "Who am I? I am the fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master, Wu Yi." Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh. The one he was fighting with was indeed the Heaven's Origins patriarch. Boom! He continued to break the spell. Rumbling sounds rang out as the meteors exploded one after another. The runes on the plaza were also continuously collapsing. He flew forward at lightning speed. Yi Fan's bloody battle with the fourth-generation patriarch had finally come to an end. Because Wu Yi was in a daze and no longer controlled the Heaven's Genesis patterns, the stalemate was broken. All kinds of mystical patterns crumbled one after another, and only the meteors in the sky were left blooming like fireworks. Yi Fan destroyed the ancient array and stopped his attack. Golden blood dripped from his body. After so many years of fighting in the starry sky, there were very few people who could injure him. This time, he was seriously injured after fighting with the patriarch. Wu Yi could definitely kill sage monarchs, and by borrowing the power of the Heaven and Earth galaxy, he had set up the Heaven and Earth shaking Heaven's Genesis patterns. His strength was terrifying. Wu Yi seemed to have exhausted all his energy, and he was on the verge of collapse. The blood in his eyes receded, and he gradually regained his clarity. He stared at Yi Fan in a daze and said, "The Yuan Taoist master's lineage has a successor." "What happened to the patriarch?" Yi Fan asked. The inauspicious had long been fated, and everything was a calamity of longevity. The mythological era had not ended, and we were forced to open up the path of immortality. We used our Genesis techniques to search for the fortune of the heavens and earth, and buried our bodies. We were the ones who tested the techniques, observed the reincarnation seals, and built the path of longevity. Chapter 1341. The seal of reincarnation was an ancient method used to prove immortality in the mythological era. The supreme beings of ancient times had studied and comprehended it for a long period of time. It was said that only during that era did someone try it and tasted the bitter fruit. After that, there were no more records. However, this wasn't the first time Yi Fan had come into contact with it in this world. He, the human demon, and the Black Emperor had accidentally discovered Duanda's secret in the Sun Star. There were 4 seals of reincarnation on his body. People were no longer the people of the past. Their souls had also changed. From a certain point of view, this was a brand new life form. What was the meaning of this? Yi Fan had once asked himself if it was worth it to replace his soul in order to preserve part of his life characteristics. The answer was that he wouldn't accept it no matter what. He would never walk this path. At this moment, he was stunned when he heard the seal of reincarnation again. "You and I were separated by a long period of time. We were able to meet because of the half of the seal of reincarnation in my body. In fact, I'm already a corpse." The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master's eyes were dim as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I've obtained the grand beginning life stone, harvested the immortal origin, cut out an unformed Holy Spirit, and dug out the dark underworld. I've set foot in too many areas that I can't touch. Inauspiciousness has long been fated." Wu Yi's eyes were lifeless. In this world, there were some areas that even someone as strong as the great sage couldn't touch. They could easily die. Only the great ancient emperors were fearless and could suppress everything. The curse descends. We have no choice. We will be muddle-headed in our later years until we take that step. This is a kind of fate that's hard to break. Inauspicious things will come knocking on our door. There were some areas in this world that couldn't be broken once you set foot in. You would sink deeper and deeper until there was no way back. We pass our days in a daze. We can vaguely hear the seal of reincarnation. Everything I've said is just speculation. What's the real situation? Wu Yi roared in pain and shook his head. The light in his eyes became dimmer. Yi Fan sighed. How lamentable was this? He didn't even know what he had done. After such a long period of time, there was only a blank space left. The Yuan Taoist master's later years were miserable. He had seen many inauspicious things. Disappearing from this world meant becoming a red-haired creature. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. Wu Yi didn't know much. He had vaguely heard it through his divine sense. Most of it was just speculation. Wu Yi fell into a daze as though he was thinking hard. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly said, "Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors." "Ancestor, why do you say that?" Yi Fan was shocked. "I seem to have vaguely heard this sentence before, but I don't know who said it." He had been muddle-headed for too long that he did not even know why he had to escort the Yin soldiers across the border. It was as if there was another consciousness residing in his body. Yi Fan woke up with a start. The consciousness that resided was this life's Wu Yi, a brand new soul body. He was no longer the same person as the past. It was another soul that had escorted the Yin soldiers across the border and participated in the earlier battle. Yi Fan shuddered. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yi had only formed half a seal of samsara. Thus, even though he had died in his previous life, his old memories had not been completely erased. The path of immortal ascension is the path taken by the ancient method of immortal ascension, Wu Yi suddenly said. "Do you still hear it vaguely?" Yi Fan asked urgently. "Yes." The fourth-generation patriarch nodded. His eyes dimmed and became a leaden grey without a trace of luster. Yi Fan's heart was beating wildly. He felt that some of his previous thoughts were wrong. Who was it that said those words? What kind of existence did Wu Yi see in the underworld? He really wanted to know everything. There are two paths. Wu Yi's mind was absent-minded, as if he was talking in his sleep. One is a path that leads to an immortal domain that we don't even know exists. One is to pursue the ancient method of becoming an immortal. Yi Fan's heart trembled. What had he heard today? Did the fourth-generation patriarch's words about being suitable for burying primeval emperors have anything to do with the path of immortalization? "Send me on my way." Wu Yi sighed softly. The real him was already dead. Now that he could die with a clear mind, it was the greatest release for him. Boom. Suddenly, a horrifying aura erupted. Wu Yi's eyes suddenly turned as red as blood, and he became ferocious and terrifying. The red fur on his body moved even though there was no wind, and he looked exceptionally ferocious. He attacked in an instant, and the sky was filled with mystical patterns. The heaven's origin pattern reappeared, and he attacked Yi Fan. Without a doubt, Wu Yi's soul body had changed. The present life had awakened, and he had suppressed the past consciousness fragments. He had become the soul-summoning envoy of the underworld. Yi Fan did not show mercy. He attacked decisively because he had been on guard all this time. Against an existence that could kill a sage king, a single mistake would result in a bloodbath. Wang. Yi Fan activated his phenomenon. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the primal chaos lotus, the beautiful land and mountains, the yin-yang diagram of life and death all appeared. They linked together and became one. It was as if a new world had been created. At this moment, he did not want to hold anything back. At the same time, he activated the Battle Saint technique. With the void mirror in his left hand and the Wuxia bell in his right, he released terrifying divine might. The mirror light and bell ripples moved together, suppressing Wu Yi. Because he was afraid of failure, he did not want to delay anything. He wanted to take down Wu Yi as soon as possible, and decide victory with a heaven-shaking attack. Even if he was disrespectful to the patriarch, Yi Fan had to suppress Wu Yi first. Since the present life had been awakened, he had to interrogate him thoroughly. This soul body would definitely know more. The Heaven's Origin pattern network on the ground was almost destroyed. The fourth-generation patriarch had lost a great support, and his battle strength was clearly weakened. However, the fallen star was still there, and there were still many ancient formations. Apart from that, he himself had a great art that could directly change the heavens and earth. Not many could match him. His temporary method was equally terrifying. Boom. This was a world-shocking battle. Even though this fallen star was protected by countless formations, it was still broken into pieces at this moment. Then, it turned into cosmic dust. In the distance, many fallen stars flew over, forming a meteor shower. They shone with immortal light, and in that instant, it seemed as if they could penetrate through the past, present, and future. Yi Fan fought with the patriarch. This battle was extremely bitter and intense. When everything ended, the golden bloodstains on his body increased by quite a bit. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. Hell is the home of all spirits. I've come to receive you. Soul summoning. Wu Yi's eyes were blood red. He roared and shouted at Yi Fan. This was like a type of curse. Yi Fan's body was in pain. His red hair grew again, but the surface of his body was covered in golden blood. The blood-colored hair sizzled and continuously turned into ashes. Patriarch, stop struggling. You're not my opponent. Yi Fan stepped forward. A large golden hand stretched down, and tens of thousands of magical patterns appeared there. No. Wu Yi shouted. His blood-red eyes were terrifying. He wasn't willing to submit. His body actually expanded violently, and his red hair grew several meters long. They were like tentacles dancing about. Yi Fan cried out inwardly. Golden light shone brightly between his palms. Ancient symbols emerged one after another. The 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared. They opened up a small chaotic world here and began to suppress him. However, the soul within the body of the red-haired organism was extremely decisive. From the inside out, strands of Tao marks appeared. He had self-destructed. Streams of blood splashed out. Red hair danced in the air, and bone fragments shot in all directions. Blood was dripping everywhere. This place was like a battlefield of Azura. Patriarch, Yi Fan shouted. He rushed forward and activated the swordsman formula. His entire body shone, and all kinds of essence energy covered the sky and earth. They surged forward and reconstructed the shattered body. However, the reconstructed body was not complete. Moreover, the light he emitted was actually extremely corrosive, causing the bloody body to melt like snow. Yi Fan took a step back. He felt powerless and sad. Was this the fate of the Yuan Taoist master? Each and every one of them was so miserable. They couldn't have a good ending. On the reconstructed body, the blood-red color in his eyes receded. They were dim and without luster. His previous life had awakened. Wu Yi raised his head with difficulty and said, "This is the best ending for me." He actually smiled brilliantly. The red hair on his face receded, revealing his true appearance. Time had left too many scars, but one could still vaguely see the heroic appearance of his youth. Patriarch. Yi Fan couldn't change anything. He could only send him off in sadness. I've waited for this day for too long. Wu Yi seemed to have been freed, but Yi Fan could clearly see a trace of sadness in his dark eyes. The body of the 4th-generation patriarch split open. Rays of light flew out from between his brows. That was his scattered and decaying consciousness. Yi Fan felt bitter as he silently sent him off. Some light rained down, sparkling and translucent like withered flowers. Scenes appeared one after another. It was the course of Wu Yi's life. It was clearly a young man with a complexion like jade. He was completely different from the monster covered in red hair. It was impossible to associate them together. At that time, he was high-spirited and vigorous. He pointed out the rivers and mountains, and his name shook the world. How breathtaking and peerless he was. He was respected as a genius of a generation. Such a peerless hero has fallen just like that. Yi Fan could only sigh. He also saw some regret in Wu Yi's scenes of light rain. In the latter half of his life, he traveled all over the world and dug up many mountains and dragon veins just to pluck a god-life flower and save a woman whose consciousness had been extinguished. But in the end, he failed. The light rain scattered and Wu Yi's life came to an end. Yi Fan silently stood up. He cut off a meteorite and carved it into a stone coffin. He buried all the blood, bones, and some cosmic dust inside. He used the heaven and earth changing great art. He borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars to shine on this stone coffin and banish it into the universe. Muddlehead and lost your freedom. Just be buried in the universe. Don't know the beginning, don't know the end. Keep moving forward, forever free. Yi Fan used the technique and sent the stone coffin far away. He watched as it disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. The 4th-generation patriarch had fallen just like that. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan left that place. He rushed into the sky like a resplendent star streaking across the void. The Emperor Burial Star is suitable for burying ancient emperors. What does it have to do with the path to immortality? A myriad of thoughts ran through Yi Fan's mind. He thought of Mount Purple, which was known to seize the extreme fortune of heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor had been buried there, and later on, great Emperor Wu Shi had taken over. Then, he thought of the primal chaos dragon nest. It was known to be the nest of a true dragon, which had once been guarded by an ancient emperor. In the end, it became the burial ground of great Emperor Ruthless. Chapter 1342. How many secrets had been buried in the boundless starry sky since ancient times? The passage of time was endless. Hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky couldn't be considered much. The legendary eras changed. Celestial being turned to ashes, the divine court was annihilated, the emperors decayed, and the great ancient emperors turned into a pile of yellow earth. These great eras passed one after another. How many heroes were buried in the passage of time? No one could stop it. Even if one was peerless in their generation, there would still be a day when their lives would come to an end. Supreme beings howled sorrowfully. Divine mountains collapsed, the four seas dried up, the sun and moon fell, and the river of stars shattered. However, they couldn't grasp anything. They could only fall in solitude. Since ancient times, heavenly geniuses fought for supremacy, stunning the ages, but it was all a futile struggle. In the long river of time, even the greatest heroes only had a short period of glory, only a moment of brilliance. They couldn't break through the shackles and coexist with the world. Celestial being, ancient emperors, great emperors, all of them had auras that devoured mountains and rivers, suppressing the cosmos. They plucked the stars and grabbed the moon, ruling over all regions. They were powerful and unrivaled, but what exactly did they leave behind? Every single one of them flourished for a time, making the entire cosmos tremble. However, even if they could split apart heaven and earth, destroy the universe, they still couldn't protect their own lives. These people's names all shook the ages, but they could only stay for a short moment in the boundless starry sky. The glory of the supreme beings, the dignity of the ancient emperors, the elegance of the emperors, they were all buried. It was only a moment for the cosmos to look back. The stars twinkled, and the cosmos was silent. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, silently thinking about everything that had happened. He gazed into the depths of the icy star domain. Is this the next life's body buried here? Seizing the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck, he said softly to himself. Wu Yi's words gave him too much inspiration, causing great waves to rise and fall within him. Emperor stars were buried. The path of immortality contained great mysteries from the archaic era until now. Ancestor, rest in peace. Yi Fan was a bit sad. That stone coffin had already entered the depths of the cosmos for several hours, but he still felt a bit bitter. The fourth-generation ancestor was shockingly brilliant, but the curtains fell just like that. He hid in the absolute beginning forbidden region, but it was useless. In the end, it was still miserable. The ancient method of pursuing the path to immortality, has anyone used it to take that step? Yi Fan asked himself. The undying heavenly emperor, the celestial silkworm race's 10 transformations ancient emperor, the merciless emperor. Yi Fan couldn't help but think of these people's names. Had they succeeded? Di Zun, Emperor of Fighting. Wu Shi the Great, Emperor Qing, each and every one of them was a name that shocked the world. How far had they come? There was also the even more ancient celestial being, just how stunning was he? For the sake of pursuing long life, what kind of heaven-defying ancient methods were established? One by one, the brilliant names finally passed away. Yi Fan gazed at the other side of the starry sky. Would these ancient supreme beings be willing to accept this? Since the ancient times, he had been invincible and lonely. In the end, he had been defeated by the passage of time. Was there really no one who had struggled to find a path, a method? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a daze. Only when the little child's cry rang out from the cauldron did he come back to his senses. He let Yang Shi out again, letting him stand in the golden sacred region. Yang Shi followed him and gazed at the starry sky. Yi Fan searched this place for a long time. The city of the underworld no longer existed. This space had become a cut-off point, unable to allow nether soldiers to pass through. In the following days, Yi Fan searched the meteorite where the Taiji curve was located, but he didn't find anything special. Some formations still existed, but they had all decayed. He stood in the starry sky, gazing at the starry sky. Using a piece of the starry sky as a diagram, manipulating the stars and turning them into a huge Taiji divine diagram. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. It must have been a world-shaking work. Unfortunately, as time passed, the person who had laid the formation back then had long been turned to ashes. These traces were almost completely obliterated. Is this a huge teleportation formation? This is too vast. Where can we use it to go? It's beyond the five-colored altar. Don't tell me it's connected to eternity. Yi Fan jumped out and gazed at the starry sky, seriously thinking about all kinds of possibilities. He thought of many things. Such a great work, such a vast formation diagram, but now it was all useless. Only the ancient city of the underworld on the meteorite was still in use. The others had all turned to ashes. The underworld used a part of it. Then, who should use the entire ancient diagram? Yi Fan thought about the underworld, and the first thing he thought of was the ancient heaven. Perhaps only such a colossus could have the courage to make such an arrangement. He took out an ancient scroll from within his body. It seemed to be forged from starlight, sparkling and translucent. It was like a thin veil, light and agile. On it was a sky full of stars, densely packed together. This was a mysterious ancient diagram related to the ancient heaven. It had once fallen into the hands of a few ancient sovereigns and great emperors. During the archaic years, the Emperor of Fighting had once held it and often gazed at the starry sky late at night. The glorious years passed. In this era, Yi Fan took it from the depths of the primal chaos dragon lair, the place where Vicious was buried. At this moment, he carefully observed it and compared it with this place. This rare treasure was still calm and didn't have the slightest reaction. He couldn't see anything from here. He flipped it over and looked at the back of the ancient diagram. Apart from the Earth's 99 dragon mountains where the immortal cauldrons were buried, there were two other diagrams, but he didn't know where they pointed. I can't find any similarities. Yi Fan frowned. The records on the immortal treasure diagram were different from the layout of this starry sky. He couldn't find any clues or abnormalities. He didn't give up. He prepared to fly to the Saint Physique ancient tomb first and then to the Tyrant body burial ground. He wanted to explore these two extreme points of life. He really wanted to understand all of their secrets. What did the predecessors want to do here? He had all kinds of guesses in his heart. There's some special reaction. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was just trying it out and didn't expect that a pattern would really flicker on the ancient diagram. After that, a small star lit up. Was this the star where the Saint Physique ancient tomb was? Yi Fan moved quickly and almost every inch of the land was left with his footsteps. Unfortunately, there were no changes in the end. There was still only a small star flickering. After that, he didn't stop and turned to the Tyrant body burial ground. He held the ancient diagram in his hand and carefully observed the mountains, rivers, and all living things. He quickly moved about this place. Another small star flickered and connected with the previous one. They handed over strands of patterns and turned into a misty apparition that was like the chi of yin and yang. The immortal treasure diagram had a reaction. It wasn't an inanimate object and actually produced such a change. The stars on the front dimmed and among the three specific ancient diagrams on the back, one of them formed a small Taiji rune that flickered indeterminately. Of course, it was just a small rune that was imprinted on this diagram. It was like the embodiment of an ancient formation. This is. Yi Fan was deeply moved and gripped this ancient scroll tightly. After searching for a while, he sighed softly and gradually guessed the use of this place. This could be a vast teleportation ancient formation. He really didn't know how far it was from the road ahead. It actually used stars to lay out a diagram and transform into a huge celestial body starry door. The more Yi Fan studied it, the more he felt that this was very similar to the Taiji Bagua star door that had appeared when the 5-color sacrificial altar opened the ancient path. However, this place directly used stars to construct a great formation, so it had to be even vaster. This can't be the teleportation formation that leads to celestial domain, right? He shook his head before he even finished speaking. It was a little ridiculous. However, such a vast formation was really too astonishing. Yi Fan had also thought about trying to restore all the formation markings, but it was almost impossible for him to do it alone. Every star in this area had formations on them, and even the Sun Star was no exception. Sigh, maybe only by completely activating this star divine diagram can I know all the secrets. Yi Fan sighed softly and put away the ancient diagram. Even if this star river's layout was related to the immortal treasure ancient scroll in his hands, he still needed to activate this divine formation in order to reveal some clues. He silently noted it down. He couldn't do it now, but in the future, if he worked together with the Black Emperor, Duander, and the others, there might be a day when this vast ancient formation could be revived. Yi Fan returned to the 50th city of the human race and went to see the guide. He had many questions to ask, and found that he was currently drinking with Yang Yunting in his own donkey meat restaurant. Donkey meat hot pot, aged fine wine, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. It made even the little rotten child want to drink a few bottles of old wine. Brat, you really are a star of calamity. Wherever you go, people will die, and once they die, it will be a large number. You really don't attract people's attention. The guide Zhao Gongyi's face was full of curly beard, like steel needles, and said with a drunken tone. Yi Fan was embarrassed. He naturally knew that he was talking about the Grey Clan. He could only be speechless and drink on his own. Whoever sees you will be unlucky. Wherever you go, death follows. I say, are you from the underworld? Zhao Gongyi glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he said, I was just about to ask Senior, do you know about the underworld? What? I said you're fat, and you're panting. Are you doing this on purpose? The guide said in a bad mood. Yi Fan shook his head and asked about everything related to the underworld. With a solemn expression, he told him everything he saw on the meteorite. What? The underworld? Yin soldiers passed through our star field. Zhao Gongyi put down his wine cup and stood up. Yes, Uncle is very powerful. After entering the underworld, those ghosts can't do anything to us. Yang, she said innocently. Zhao Gongyi's expression was incomparably solemn, and he said, although the ancient heaven has been destroyed, and although there are signs that the underworld still exists, I didn't expect so many Yin soldiers to pass through. Are they trying to destroy a vast star field? Those Yin soldiers aren't very strong. Yi Fan said. These Yin soldiers were summoned from various ancient lands of life, and they can only be considered ancient corpses. Naturally, they aren't very strong. However, once they enter the underworld, it will be completely different. Many of the Yin soldiers will awaken their strength from their previous life. At that time, they will be extremely terrifying. Zhao Gongyi's tall and sturdy body revealed a trace of worry. Who was the underworld going to deal with? Was this a war that had continued since the era of legends? Even he only had a smattering of knowledge about it. This was an extremely serious matter, and he quickly left. He had to report this matter to the upper echelons through the starry sky ancient path. Not long after, he returned with a dignified expression and said, my eldest disciple personally went to deliver the letter. I expect that in the near future, there will be a great change in the starry sky. This ancient path was the legacy of the celestial court during the era of legends. The underworld that had been hidden for many eras had suddenly reappeared. These past few years, they had been moving their troops along this ancient path in preparation for war. This was not a good omen, and no one knew which region they would attack. Few experts who have set foot on the starry sky path might have the opportunity to enter some special ancient regions in the future to participate in the War of Gods and gain experience. After hearing this, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Was this really a great era? Was the era of legends continuing? His gaze was resolute and fearless. He firmly believed that he was invincible in this world. Who cared about the underworld or the gods? They would all be suppressed. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is some news coming from your old friend who also came from the Emperor Burial Star. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Chapter 1343. Who is it? Where are they now? Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell intensely. After so many years, there was still no news of his old friends. It made him feel gloomy. Wu, it's a pair of brother and sister. The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi spoke in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. While speaking, he poured a cup of amber-colored wine and drank it. A mellow fragrance lingered about. Yi Fan became absent-minded. After so many years, were the old friends finally going to reunite after being separated by two sides of the starry sky? He rode alone and fought bloody battles for 10 years, finally arriving at the human race's first trial. After that, the ancient path was severed, and he only arrived here after another 20 years. During this period of time, his name spread. The divine body that came from the burial Emperor Star stirred up quite a commotion in the nearby cities. Many people believed that if nothing unexpected happened, he would become a generation-dominating expert in the future. After so many years, Yi Fan didn't meet any of his old friends. He could only privately inquire about them, not daring to openly spread their names. Otherwise, they might end up in danger. It was because many pairs of eyes were paying attention to everything about him. There were many enemies. This pair of brother and sister are extremely formidable. After so many years, they always kept a low profile and were almost overlooked. Now, they rose up at the crucial moment, seizing the opportunity to escape. The guide envoy said. Are they surnamed Ji? Yi Fan asked. He couldn't be sure. There were two pairs of brother and sister who stepped on the ancient path in Big Dipper. Their statuses were all extraordinary, each having their own natural luck. They are from the demon race, but they have mysterious ancient artifacts on them, hiding their identities. They were never exposed along the way. Zhao Gongyi said. It's them, the southern demon siblings. Yi Fan wasn't surprised at this result. The Ji family siblings were chasing after the Void Emperor's coffin. Even though they were on this path, no one knew which part of the ancient path they were on. Rumor has it that they want to meet with you, the guide said. In recent years, Yi Fan's power flourished day by day. He killed the human race's great commander and fought intensely against the Holy Spirit bloodline. When the ancient path was severed, he swept through the foreign race's younger generation. During these days, he naturally drew the attention of some people. How are they? Are they okay? Yi Fan asked. The ancient roads were densely packed, and each of them led to a common destination. The demon race, the human race, and the celestial race all had their own ancient roads. Usually, they would compete with their own kind, and it was rare for them to cross regions to train. It was because once he did this, he might draw the attention of others and become the common enemy of many cultivators. It would be difficult for him to survive. Countless years ago, a young demon emperor walked on the ancient road of the human race. He fought his way to the top. Very few dared to do so. They're living well. They're about to cross regions and jump out of the human race's ancient path, said the guide envoy. There was a world-shocking ancient demon who came to this boundless starry domain to discuss some matters with the human race Tao protectors. He coincidentally discovered the southern demon and was shocked that he was the reincarnation of a demon god. He wanted to bring him away. Zhao Gongyi didn't know much about it. He had only heard about it by chance, and because it was related to Yi Fan, he told him about it. Yi Fan inquired in detail and learned a few things. He didn't expect the southern demon to let that ancient demon bring them back to meet him. After so many years, he was finally going to meet some old friends. What about my divine light platform? When are you going to reward me? Yi Fan asked. The guide envoy on the ancient path owed him a divine object and hadn't given it to him yet. Divine light platforms are truly too rare. There isn't even a single one left, Zhao Gongyi replied. I don't believe it. How could such a vast ancient path lack a divine platform? Yi Fan was extremely dissatisfied. Just how much time had been owed to him? In the spirit of peaceful, friendly, and orderly competition, we feel that it's better for you to move steadily and steadily. Take things one step at a time. The guide envoy suggested. He said that he was a star of calamity. Wherever he went, he would bring the aura of death with him. Moreover, once he died, it would be a nest, an expanse. It was best if he didn't cross some roads and randomly get involved. What the hell is this? Yifan couldn't change anything even if he was dissatisfied. Next, Zhao Gongyi spoke of another matter with a solemn expression. His old enemy was about to return and fight him. The appearance of the tyrant physique was definitely a major event. Many of the older generation were paying attention and discussing this matter. A huge wave had already formed on the road ahead. Many people feel that it's best if you don't clash now. It's still too early, especially with such a large-scale mobilization of troops from the underworld. The old fellows don't want one of the two great physiques to be killed, the guide said. If he comes, I'll fight him. If he doesn't, we'll meet again in the future, Yifan said calmly. He was so calm, but Yang Yunteng couldn't sit still. He clenched his fists. This was the destined battle between the tyrant physique and the saint physique. All these years, he had suffered too much humiliation in his heart. How good would it be if I was born a generation earlier, the little fellow Yang, she said angrily as she clenched her fists. It's still too early for this battle. It will definitely be stopped. Especially in this era, chaos has appeared frequently. We don't know where the underworld and the gods will fight. Some of the Tao protectors on the ancient road are apprehensive and will avoid the tragedy of the early death of a seed-level hero. 2 days later, the altar of the human race's 50th pass flickered. The news brought by the people on the ancient road broke the silence. Do you guys know that the tyrant physique is coming back? Back then, the person who rode across the sky alone and was invincible, sweeping through all the heroes of the various regions, is about to reappear. What? The person with the tyrant firmament blood flowing in his body turned around and came back? No one dared to provoke him on the road ahead. Why is he killing his way back? This was a shocking news that stirred up a huge uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. They were fearful of the tyrant firmament body. Many things had happened in the past that were still fresh in their memories. The tyrant physique was about to face the saint physique. This was a battle destined by fate. Without a doubt, after a short period of shock, everyone thought of something. Yifan had come and the burial emperor star sacred physique had appeared. These two great physiques had been mortal enemies since ancient times. Today, they were going to continue the battle of their ancestors, a world-shaking battle. The human race's 50th city was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was definitely the most anticipated battle since they stepped onto the ancient road. On the road ahead, there were a few young supreme beings who seemed to be purposely avoiding something. Their subordinates had clashed many times, but they still hadn't fought personally to carry out a peak life and death battle. No one would have thought that a young supreme being would turn around and kill his way back. He was going to take action from the back and be the first to break the stalemate. Was this a sign that he was going to start a massacre? This is the prelude. The world-shocking battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique is about to begin. From now on, the entire ancient road will boil. The young supreme beings will fight one after another, and the ancient roads will collapse. Someone made such a shocking prediction. Great Guide Envoy, didn't you say that there would be people stopping all of this? But why is the person with the tyrant firmament blood coming back? Yang Yunteng was anxious. He was well aware that Yifan had stepped onto the ancient road later than the tyrant physique. He feared that his cultivation realm might be inferior. Zhao Gongyi also frowned. Was there no one blocking the road ahead? He sighed and said, on this ancient road, anything can happen. There are people who oppose it, but there are naturally people who hope for this battle to happen. He didn't say it clearly, but everyone could feel that there were some people who had selfish motives and were biased towards the physique they approved of. That was why the battle between the tyrant physique and the sacred physique was about to happen. Don't worry, I believe that there will be people who will step out and not let this life and death battle happen so quickly, said Zhao Gongyi. I hope that a battle between deities will happen in the future and not right now, said Yang Yunteng. In reality, although many people were looking forward to the battle between the sacred physique and tyrant physique, they couldn't help but feel some regret in their hearts. In the past, A battle between the two physiques had happened. Now that they met too early, it would inevitably lower the influence of this battle. Once the trial takers set foot on the star passage, they can't turn back to kill those who came after them. The battle in the depths of the starry sky is the right path and the best choice. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the rules. This is nothing. The rules are dead, and the people are alive. The tyrant blood of the ether is strong enough. Even if the law enforcers appeared, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop them. Discussions regarding the sacred physique and tyrant physique were everywhere in the city. There were often messengers coming and going on this long star passage. Usually, it was the guide envoys who delivered important news. This time, other than reporting to the guide envoys, the messenger also brought a letter of challenge from the tyrant physique ahead. It was obvious that the tyrant body of the ether had established an illustrious reputation on the road ahead. Everything he did was valued by people. The guide envoys on the road ahead had allowed this messenger to bring along an attendant of the tyrant body. It could be said that they had given him enough face and regarded him with great importance. In this chaotic battle, the young supreme being who had the tyrant blood of the ether flowing in his body had established an invincible reputation on the road ahead and was revered as the tyrant king. The tyrant body of the ether didn't always come from a certain clan. Just like the sacred physique, after a period of time, one of them might be born from different castes. The letter that chaotic battle had someone send over only had the word battle dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight and emitted a monstrous domineering aura and battle intent. It was like an overlord standing in front of them. Battle. These words were written in immemorial divine texts and contained the essence, chi, and spirit of a young supreme being. They seeped through the paper and gave off a clanging sound like the cry of a sword. On this day, streaks of primal chaos sword chi rushed into the sky and broke the tranquility. It made the hearts of all the heroes tremble. What kind of person was this? The one-word letter of challenge was already so shocking and made people feel a chill. Tyrant King hopes that you can wait for him in the 50th city of the human race. Go all out and let this battle shine brilliantly. The attendant of the tyrant body of the ether was a young man named Liu Yun. He was rather handsome with black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were clear and bright, and his cultivation was powerful. Many people in the city were secretly apprehensive because they knew that they weren't a match for him. Will he be able to come? Asked Yi Fan. Dao brother Yi, please be at ease. The tyrant king will do what he says and will definitely come back to fight. He won't let everyone down, said Liu Yun in a steady and calm manner. The people present all whispered when they heard this. He was clearly going to charge back, and the enforcers and envoys couldn't stop him. He was going to turn back and fight. Why must he fight in the 50th city of the human race? Asked Yi Fan calmly. During the Desolate Era, a divine battle had once taken place here. The Tyrant King wants to continue writing his glory and make this place the war city of the tyrant blood of the ether bloodline. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Chaotic Battle was truly confident and domineering. He wanted to turn this place into the land of glory for the tyrant body bloodline and illuminate everyone with the divine glory of victory so that the sacred physique bloodline wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1344. How arrogant. Isn't he afraid that this place will become the burial ground of the tyrant blood of the firmament? Longma puffed out white smoke from his nostrils as he strode forward. His bowl-sized hooves shattered the bluestone ground. Uncle Ma, take it easy. Don't damage the ancient city, a soldier beside him said. These days, they were already familiar with Longma, the golden lion, and the others. A group of sacred beasts wandered around the city leisurely, causing the soldiers in the city to feel pressured. Fortunately, there were no conflicts. The tyrant has always been like this, saying what he wants to say. He has decided to set the battlefield at the 50th city of the human race, and I believe he will not change his mind, said Liu Yun. His green robes fluttered in the wind, and there was an indifferent and otherworldly aura about him. Everyone couldn't help but release a light sigh. The Overlord's divine might was matchless, fighting his way into the depths of the ancient path. Even the messenger he sent out was unordinary, his cultivation deep and immeasurable. What he says is true. Nothing in the world changes according to his will. But one thing is certain, I will accept this battle, Yifan said. His expression was calm as he accepted the challenge. A fated battle was unavoidable. The human race's 50th city erupted with commotion at this moment. The person with the firmament tyrant blood constitution was going to turn around and fight against the divine body from the burial emperor star. This caused everyone to discuss passionately, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't looking forward to it. In the past few decades, there were quite a few heroes whose bones were buried in foreign lands, dying on the training paths, but there had never been a battle that drew as much attention as this. This was a huge sensation. I'm really looking forward to seeing the two bloodlines awaken one after the other after countless years of silence. They've come to the starry sky ancient road, and the battle of the peak will be revealed. I've never felt my blood boiling like today. I can't wait to see the final result of this battle. Within the city, the minds of many cultivators surged, finding it difficult to calm down. They wished for nothing more than for the supreme experts of the tyrant blood of the firmament to immediately return and start this great battle. The tyrant hadn't arrived yet. He had only sent a letter of challenge, and the holy physique had accepted the challenge. His voice was already like a landslide and a tsunami, which showed how influential this battle was. Liu Yun's eyes were clear. Dao brother Yi, do you mean you don't want to fight in the space where the 50th human city is located? But the tyrant has already chosen this place. I told you, the world doesn't revolve around him, Yifan said. Everyone quietened down, not wanting to miss a single word from them. This battle affected everyone's hearts, and they were afraid of missing out on anything. The scene instantly became silent. Liu Yun said, Daoist brother Yi, don't you think it's very meaningful to fight here? More than 100,000 years ago, the 50th city of the human race had an earth-shattering battle that shocked the entire starry sky. Now, the battle of glory is continuing here. Isn't it a beautiful story? What do you mean? Are you provoking me? I will suppress you first. Longma turned hostile on the spot. The Golden Lion, Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others stepped forward, following its lead. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. In the past, the tyrant Empyrean blood was supreme, reigning supreme in the world. Meanwhile, the divine physique was defeated here, his blood dyeing the starry skies. Choosing this place to fight in this era has an extraordinary meaning. If the divine physique wins, won't he reverse everything and wash away the humiliation? Liu Yun replied calmly. Everyone revealed strange expressions. What he said could be considered the truth, but it had opened up the scars of the divine physique lineage. Blood spilled in the outer realm and bones buried in a foreign land. This was a kind of sorrow. Everyone was paying close attention. They didn't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Letting the divine physique fight in this sorrowful place was really a desperate battle. It's not like the divine physique lineage hasn't killed the overlord physique before. Why not go to that ancient land and let the overlord physique know his humiliation and become courageous? Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Longma sneered. Those ancient regions are very difficult to find, Liu Yun replied. Yifan waved his hand and didn't let them continue arguing. To him, there was no sorrow or humiliation. He didn't care about it at all. He was invincible in the present world, regardless of bloodline or the past. I just want to ask, will he definitely come? Yes, the Overlord's words count. Everything just now was his idea. I'm just a messenger, Liu Yun replied with certainty. How long will it take? Yifan asked again. It won't be too long. He'll be here soon, Liu Yun replied. During these years, the depths of the starry skies were in an uproar. A tomb that was suspected to be the tomb of an ancient great emperor would crack from time to time. The various heroes had attacked it for many years, and the Overlord had also taken action before. They had to settle things in the near future before they could leave that place. I don't have time to wait for him. If you want to fight, then hurry up and go. But the Overlord said that the decisive battle of the human race's 50th trial has extraordinary meaning for both of you, Liu Yun said with difficulty. Yifan calmly replied, Go and tell him that wherever I stand, even if it's less than 3 meters, it can still be a world-shaking battlefield. No matter where it is, he can fight. Everyone was shaken. Even though the divine physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star didn't usually speak impassioned words, this kind of calm confidence made people's hearts tremble. It displayed a kind of neutral and peaceful atmosphere. Yi Fan's conviction was strong. He was calm and collected. After he finished speaking, he didn't say a word and just stared ahead. Liu Yun's heart trembled. Before coming here, he still had some thoughts in his mind. If the divine physique was far from maturing, he could very well make the first move and kill him, leaving behind a good story. Now, it seemed like the other party's calm attitude made him feel uncertain. He put away his thoughts and waited for the master with the tyrant ether blood to resolve everything himself. "Do you have anything else to say?" Longma asked. It felt that the tyrant ether blood was too arrogant. It wanted nothing more than to trample the overlord to death with its hoof. "Yes." Liu Yun nodded and presented the letter of challenge with both hands. "Isn't it just the word fight? Even we saw it. Is there a need to act like this? You treat it as a treasure, but we don't," the nine-tailed crocodile said. The overlord said that if the divine physique can't even accept the letter of challenge, then he will be very disappointed. Liu Yun said seriously. This kind of paper suddenly shone brightly. The bloody fight word on it was even more glaring than before. It erupted with a soaring battle intent. Every stroke was trembling like a heavenly sword chi. The bloody fight word trembled, causing the entire sky to crack. It was as if it was about to fall. Everyone's expression changed, and they all retreated at the first moment. Dong, the sound of a bell shook the boundless sky. It was as if a tyrannical bell had awakened. The tyrant ether blood supreme physique from hundreds of thousands of years ago had reappeared, and a kind of terrifying ripple spread. Of course, it didn't attack everyone. The bell ripple seemed to have a spirit, and they all pounced at Yi Fan's people. The others could only feel that kind of trembling aura, but they weren't seriously injured. This is too terrifying. It's just a piece of paper and a bloody word, yet it actually emits such a tyrannical aura. It contains the overlord's spiritual will. That's right. This kind of fluctuation is comparable to a saint king. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that this was just a piece of paper, yet a bloody word written on it already possessed such might. How terrifying would a true overlord be? Someone with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body is truly terrifying. He is worthy of being the supreme expert of the younger generation on this ancient path. This kind of method is truly heaven-defying. Who can contend against him? There were many natives of the 50th human city, and there were many ancient clans. Right now, even some powerful old clan leaders were sighing in admiration. Their expressions all changed, and their hearts were shaken. It's just a piece of paper, yet the overlord physique is formidable. It's truly heaven-defying. The city was in an uproar. Everyone now felt some sympathy for Yi Fan. With such a powerful old enemy rushing back, even if he was a saint king with a burial emperor star bloodline, he would most likely be in danger. He has long reached the saint king realm. The envoy Zhao Gongyi was also paying attention here. He spoke of the chaotic battle realm, or else how could he have left behind such a terrifying spiritual will? Then what should we do? Yangshi raised her head and asked with a tender voice. I believe the Tao protectors will appear and stop this battle. They also don't wish for a young sovereign to die now, the envoy said. Runes rose from the ground in front of Yi Fan, transforming into a hand of light that received the letter of challenge. Even though the word battle had split the sky, it was unable to destroy the hand of light in the end. This was the embodiment of an Genesis technique. It was unknown how many divine roots had been buried in the 50th human city, and there was a world-shaking formation set up to protect this ancient city. Now that Yi Fan's Genesis technique had reached the heavens, and his feet were connected to the earth, he was naturally able to draw upon the divine energy and make it his own. Liu Yun was shocked and quickly retreated. He originally thought that the overlord's essence, qi, and spirit would definitely cause the saint physique to be flustered. He didn't expect that the overlord physique wouldn't even make a move. I've already read this letter, said Yi Fan. The paper fell to the ground, and he stepped on it. Ripples of light circulated around him as he calmly left. Everyone was shocked. The chaotic battle was tyrannical, and the person in front of them was also very imposing. Stepping on the letter of challenge with one foot was enough to explain everything. A battle between a saint physique and an overlord physique was absolutely unavoidable. Liu Yun was puzzled. No matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be so calm. He could actually step on the letter of challenge without triggering a shocking attack on the paper. He couldn't believe that someone could actually step on the overlord's spiritual power. He walked forward with suspicion and picked up the bloody letter of challenge. There were faint Dao runes on it. Liu Yun cursed inwardly and hurriedly threw it away. He quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. The overlord's spiritual power rushed out like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked and retreated. It felt like an overlord who could swallow mountains and rivers was roaring and shaking a large bell. Its divine power was matchless and could even injure a saint king. Fat! Liu Yun screamed. Even though his reaction was fast, his body was almost torn into pieces. He was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. Yi Fan didn't look back. Not everyone knew the 6 seals of immortals. He could easily seal the letter of challenge and step on it. Naturally, he could also release the seal in an instant. Once the letter of challenge was activated, it was equivalent to an attack from a saint king. Liu Yun had activated it and presented it to Yi Fan, but now it was picked up by him. He was suddenly attacked, and his body and spirit were almost destroyed. The news that the saint physique was going to fight the overlord physique not only caused a stir in the human race's 50th test, but also spread to the nearby ancient roads and cities. Is this real or fake? This is like a battle between the younger generation. We can't miss it. We must go and see it to the end. What a pity, there's no divine light platform. Ask the envoy to bring us to watch the battle. The ancient roads were in an uproar as the news spread further and further. What? Yi Fan is here. That damned overlord body of the firmament dares to bully my brother. When I get out, the first thing I'll do is kill you. Someone, come, whoever pulls me out of this damned tomb, I'll give him a scroll of the Demon Emperor immortal scripture. The news spread quickly, and even some of the cultivators were discussing it. Chapter 1345. Hey, did you guys hear something? The group stopped. They were very cautious in this forbidden zone and didn't dare to be careless. This was a continent floating in the universe, and it was suspected to be the entrance to the tomb of the ancient emperors. Countless experts had rushed over and attacked it for dozens of years to no avail. In this starfield, there were more than a dozen similar continents. Some of them were bigger than planets and had existed since ancient times. No one knew how many years they had been drifting in the cold universe. No one could confirm which one was the real tomb. In recent years, several of them had cracked and emitted wisps of Emperor's aura, causing people's souls to tremble. In the end, some people speculated that these continents were originally one and were the tomb of an ancient emperor. However, it had disintegrated for some reason. Every one of them could be the real tomb and couldn't be ignored. However, they were also forbidden zones for life. Countless people had died over the years, but none of them had been able to dig out the main tomb. It was said that one of the great sages of the human race had lost their lives. One of the holy spirits that had sneakily attacked from the outer realms had also died. As for the ancient evil gods that had launched a large-scale attack, 2 of them had perished. It could be said to be a bloody burial ground. Usually, there would be many cultivators here. They were all kinds of teams searching for the immortal treasures of the ancient emperors. Today, the strongest person in this team was at the Saint King realm, and the weakest was at the Saint King realm. There were 5 people in total, and it could be said that they were very powerful. To be able to form a team from the first stage of the human race and kill their way to this place, none of them were ordinary. At the very least, in terms of luck, those who could survive to this place could be said to be blessed by the heavens. The fact that they didn't die after fighting for dozens of years was enough to say something. At this moment, they heard faint shouts coming from the depths of the cracked ground. Naturally, they were surprised. Someone had entered the tomb. This was too shocking. This was definitely a shocking matter. Someone had entered the tomb of the ancient emperors. Even if this continent floating in the depths of the universe wasn't the main tomb, no one had broken through it. This was too shocking. Did you guys hear that? Someone really beat us to it. What should we do? These people were all wily old foxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to live until now. They all rolled their eyes. We were talking about the duel between the sacred body and the overlord body on the Emperor Burial Star, and we were overheard by the people below. I seemed to have heard him say that the sacred body was his brother. Their hearts jumped intensely, because the main point wasn't these words, but rather that the person said that he would gift an immortal scripture to whoever helped him break free. After all, anyone who could enter the depths of the great necropolis would definitely have something to gain. This is a piece of heavenly soundstone, no wonder it could hear us, able to transmit sound from the distant underground depths. There really is someone down there. They were troubled. The seal was incredibly terrifying, and they couldn't break it at all. Those above, I'll guide you all. You have to follow the correct path to break through. When the time comes, I'll pass down unmatched immortal scriptures to you all. The people below shouted again. The 5 of them gave each other a look, all of their faces revealing strange expressions. They charged into the depths of the starry sky, fighting until today, so they had long corrected their mentality. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete on the Emperor's path anymore. With those young supreme beings here, forget about them, even the most stunning heroes didn't have a trace of hope. Now, they only wanted to seize more natural luck on this path, become the experts of a region, and not focus on the entire cosmos. Right now, a great opportunity was right below. Forget about whether they could kill the people below or rescue them. Just taking down the entrance to the great necropolis was already a natural luck. In the depths of the ancient tomb, every single item was a priceless treasure. They believed that as long as they charged through the entrance, they definitely wouldn't return empty-handed. Even though this one has an immortal scripture, I don't have a suitable inheritor. Why don't you all become my disciples? I'll pass down the ancient immortal methods to you all to promote my Tao. The people above were a bit speechless. This person's skin really was thick. Was he asking for help? He was clearly trapped here, yet he still wanted to take them in as disciples. We didn't come here to seek a master, one of them said unhappily. Since that's the case, let's treat each other as equals. This one has been reading the great necropolis scriptures here all year round, and I really want to find someone to discuss it with. I naturally won't mistreat my junior brothers. Apart from this, there is an ancient immortal peach tree here. For cultivators, there are endless benefits. Are you all willing to follow at my side? You will definitely be able to display your brilliance. The people above looked at each other in dismay. Something wasn't right no matter how they thought about it. This person really was a bit thick-skinned. He didn't want to be a master, yet he wanted to take them in as underlings. Wasn't he a bit asking for a beating? One of them said, "How could the immortal peach tree be in the great underground tomb?" A deep male voice transmitted from the depths of the ancient tomb. It naturally isn't the entire ancient tree. This is a coffin, an immortal coffin that only a deity from the legendary era could possess. It was carved from the immortal peach tree. What? The main cave of the ancient great emperor's tomb is here? The expressions of the 5 people changed. However, they quickly calmed down, not really believing it. There is a crack on the west side of the heavenly soundstone. Walk down for a dozen or so li, and you will see a crystal wall. You can see a corner of the great tomb from there. The person below pointed. They naturally understood that the person below wanted to break free. Everything he was doing was to lure them in. Only by moving them would they be able to help. No matter what, it wasn't a lie that this person was in the depths of the ancient tomb. They naturally wanted to find out the truth and see if there was a heaven-defying great opportunity here. Soon after, the group of people descended for a dozen or so li. They really did see a flaw in this great tomb. It was a crystal wall, and they could vaguely see some of the scenery inside. Why did a crystal wall appear now? They were puzzled. Have you all forgotten about that ancient sacred spirit? That was the great sage realm, and he bled in front of the great emperor's tomb. The crystal wall was formed from his stone body. The person in the tomb was extremely patient and continuously explained. What are you eating? At this time, a female Saint King cried out in alarm. She saw a tall and sturdy male through the crystal wall. His hair was disheveled, and he was currently chewing on a coffin board. Evil spirit, he's not human. He's eating corpses. One of the experts felt his scalp go numb as he cried out in alarm. They originally didn't believe that someone could enter the tomb of an ancient great emperor. Now that they saw a heroic male that was much more imposing than ordinary people eating a coffin through the crystal wall, they immediately thought of a few terrifying legends. This is the undying will of an ancient great emperor. He's retaliating. Could it be that he wants to eat the emperor's corpse? It's too terrifying. This is a divine corpse that has returned to the sun. It survived the calamity and escaped the punishment of the heavens. It is related to the ancient great emperor and became a terrifying yin deity. None of the 5 of them were weak, but right now, they all felt a chill run down their spine. They continuously retreated, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. Truly ignorant. This is an immortal peach coffin carved from an undying divine tree. It is equivalent to the main body of an undying divine medicine. It is a priceless immortal medicine. When the 5 of them turned pale with fright, a voice of disdain sounded from within. He's looking down on us. The will of a god wouldn't have such rich emotional fluctuations. Could it be that he's really alone? The 5 experts quickly conversed. They were all a bit depressed. But, eating coffin boards isn't something an ordinary person can do. The saintess felt a lingering fear in her heart. She felt that the person inside was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely a demon king. This is nothing. It's just an ownerless ancient coffin. I even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor back then. Moreover, although the taste isn't that great, this is a genuine immortal medicine. Actually, I wanted to leave a few coffin boards for you guys. Since that's the case, I'll just eat them all. The 5 people outside were speechless. What kind of person was inside? He even felt superior from eating coffins. How strong and thick of a nerve did he have to be able to do this? But after some thought, they felt that it made sense. That was the main trunk of the undying peach tree, a true immortal medicine. This immediately made them feel conflicted. Junior brothers, hurry up and help me. After I escape, I still have to kill the Overlord Heaven's body. I can't waste even a minute. The person below didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. The 5 experts were a bit speechless. What kind of person was this? He really didn't regard himself as an outsider. They were still considering whether or not to kill him and take everything inside. This person doesn't seem simple. He was able to eat the undying peach tree, and according to him, he even ate the coffin of the undying heavenly emperor. He's definitely not a simple person. Should we make friends with him? One of them said. What are you talking about? He wants to be our master. Even if he doesn't succeed, he still wants to take us in as his underlings. Have you seen such a person before? He's definitely not a good person. Let's just think of a way to get rid of him. Don't rush to a conclusion. Let's take a look first. The 5 people outside were a bit depressed and conflicted as they discussed. To be honest, they really didn't know what to feel about the person inside. Junior brothers and sisters, hurry up. Time is precious. Let's act quickly. The person in the depths of the ancient tomb urged. Mother ***, he really thinks he's our senior brother. Even begging others so boldly and confidently. One of them said unhappily. Junior brothers, please listen well. I'll pass on a scripture to you guys. It will be greatly beneficial for you guys. The person inside really passed on a segment of an incomparably profound ancient technique. Tao scripture, this seems to be the legendary Tao scripture. He really passed on a large segment to us. The people outside were all shocked. Several days later, they became even more conflicted. They dug up the tomb while listening to that fellow call them little brothers while listening to a segment of Tao scripture ancient technique. If this continues, I'll really think that he's that senior brother of mine who passed away in meditation. The people in the depths of the ancient tomb began to call them junior brothers and sisters more and more smoothly. They originally resisted it to the point of numbness. They already didn't have the mood to refute and oppose it. They seemed to be getting used to it. Junior brothers and sisters, if this continues, we won't be able to break through the entrance without several thousand years. Why don't you guys go and call over the scum with the tyrant firmament blood? I'll give him a lesson, have him break through here. The others all looked down on him. This fella seemed to have no lower limit. Didn't he say he was going to kill the young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through his body? Now, he actually wanted others to help him break out. Junior brothers and sisters, it really is hard for you guys to open this entrance. Back then, I used that rare opportunity to enter when the Holy Spirit transformed into the Tao. Now, I can only spread the news and find some manual laborious to break through. Otherwise, we won't be able to open it. If we don't do this, it will be hard for you all to obtain the immortal medicines, ancient scriptures, and divine artifacts. However, you all don't need to worry. Since you are all my junior brothers and sisters, once I break free, I'll give you all a great natural opportunity. The 5 great experts were at a loss again. They really couldn't open it with just themselves, doing useless things. However, they were a bit unwilling to let the news out just like that. Even though there are no emperor corpses here, there is a great emperor's formation. Once it's activated, even if you bring an extreme imperial weapon, you all will have to die. Call the overlord over, it'll be easy to take care of him. I have a way to break free. The few of them cursed silently. Who was thinking about whether or not he could break free? What they were worried about was the immortal treasury inside. If I break free, doesn't that mean that the immortal treasury has appeared? It's all on me. I am your senior brother, it's your natural opportunity. The few of them cursed inwardly. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. However, after thinking about it carefully, they really had to make this person come out. Why don't we let him become one of us? I feel like this person definitely has some redeeming qualities. That's true. Otherwise, how could he have lived until now? I want to give him a beating. This was their secret discussion. Several days later, a shocking piece of news spread out. The overlord left the continent he conquered, slaughtering his way towards another continent that might have an emperor's tomb. So what if you have the tyrant Empyrean blood in your body? I can suppress you with a single hand. In the depths of the ancient tomb, a certain person spoke extremely arrogantly. The overlord's expression was cold. He didn't do it for anything else, he just wanted to open the great tomb and obtain the immortal treasury inside. He didn't react to this type of provocation. This fella is truly daring, provoking the overlord. Isn't he scared of being killed by a young supreme being the instant the ancient tomb is opened? Do you think someone who wanted to become our master and directly became our senior brother can be a refined and courteous person with integrity? He's definitely not a good person. The 5 great experts discussed. They were full of disdain and sorrow. The entire star domain was shaken. The overlord originally wanted to fight against the divine body, but now, he actually temporarily put everything aside and attacked an ancient tomb first. Many people were drawn over. I feel like he really is acquainted with the divine body. He seems to want to share some of the burden and keep the overlord here. One of the 5 great experts made this judgment. A great commotion was set off in the depths of the cosmos. During these past few years, no one could enter the depths of the ancient tomb. Now, they unexpectedly found out that someone succeeded. How could this be shocking? Many experts hurried over, all of them paying close attention. Quite a few people entered, wishing to open the emperor's tomb and obtain the divine treasury. During this process, they naturally saw a shameless expert challenging the tyrant Empyrean blood. Even though he was in the depths of the ancient tomb, he still wanted to fight against the overlord. Everyone was in an uproar, stirring up great waves. Even more people hurried over. If you want to fight against Yi Fan, you have to pass through me first. Fight until the overlord spits out blood and kneel down before me. The people in the ancient tomb were arrogant to the extreme, leaving everyone speechless. The battle between the divine body and the overlord body was thus brought to a new high point. A storm was brewing. Before the confrontation between 2 great unmatched physiques, this type of expert's provocation naturally drew even more people's attention. Chapter 1346. The competition on the ancient path was intense. It was unknown how many heroes had fallen, their bones buried in foreign lands. However, who would look back for them? A pile of white bones wouldn't draw any attention. This was a path soaked in blood, destined to be cruel. It was accompanied by the loneliness of experts, and in the end, only a single person's glory could be achieved. After all these years, everyone was already used to the deaths of heroes one after another. Only the battle between the divine body and the overlord body was different, drawing the attention of all cities. This was a battle between experts, worthy of the attention of all experts on the starry sky ancient path. What? The exceptional overlord was injured. This is the first time in decades that he suffered such a serious injury. It's simply a bit inconceivable. This really is shocking. The young supreme being with the tyrant firmament blood flowing through him actually almost died. It's unbelievable. Up ahead, there was a great commotion. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The ancient tomb released strands of emperor might. The overlord flew out horizontally, his entire body covered in purple blood. Divine splendor shone resplendently, his wounds were densely packed. He was on the verge of breaking apart. No one would have expected that the young supreme being of the tyrant firmament bloodline would be injured on this ancient continent floating in the cosmos. Even someone as powerful as his undying body was almost torn apart. In the ancient tomb, a mysterious expert challenged. The tyrant firmament body appeared, wanting to break through the entrance of the ancient emperor's tomb to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. In the end, the formation patterns inside revived, almost killing him. Everyone saw this scene, their hearts jumping. After all these years, this was the first time the overlord was injured. He had always been unrivaled on the ancient path. Hong. The power of the great emperor was astonishing. A wave of heaven overflowing primal chaos rumbled as it descended. It was as if the 9 heavens Milky Way descended, submerging the entrance of the ancient tomb. The exceptional overlord was sent flying just like that. Just a slight graze from the edge of an emperor pattern was already like this. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. The exceptional overlord was too arrogant. When he saw that someone could enter the tomb, he believed himself to be unrivaled in the younger generation, the most powerful supreme being. As such, he directly charged in, but in the end, he suffered a mishap. Everyone was greatly shaken. It wasn't that the tyrant firmament body wasn't strong enough, but rather that the dignity of the ancient emperors couldn't be blasphemed. Being seriously injured after attacking the tomb like this wasn't anything strange. Purple tyrant blood boiled and rushed into the heavens. The tyrant king's injuries were healed on the spot. He possessed a heaven-defying divine technique. The blood on his body flowed in reverse and his wounds healed on the spot. His essence energy rapidly rose. It was shocking that he could recover so quickly after suffering such a heavy injury. That guy in the tomb is not easy to deal with. He must have triggered the Emperor rune at the exit. Otherwise, how could we be fine after attacking for so long? Definitely. There's no way he's a kind and honest person. Just look at how he wants to take us in as his disciples. His skin is boundlessly thick. The 5 great experts discussed in secret. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes and understood more than others. Naturally, they knew more details. No one knew how long this ancient continent had been floating in the universe. It was suspected to be the mausoleum of the great ancient emperors, so it wasn't shameful for the tyrant to be injured. After all, not only had a great sage of the human race, 2 ancient evil gods of the non-human kind, and a holy spirit perished on similar continents. This further displayed how extraordinary the tyrant ether blood was. It was revered as one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. It was truly heaven-defying. The boundless primal chaos mist receded. The great ancient emperor's aura was restrained. The tyrant king sat on top of an ancient peak. His entire body was submerged in purple energy. It seemed like his injured body had recovered, but he didn't get up. Some people guessed that his foundation might have been injured. Suddenly, a terrifying figure flew over. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow its trajectory. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse and the void was distorting. Hong. This person's figure became indistinct. He rushed over to the tyrant king and smashed out with a fist. He was powerful to the extreme. Even the heavens were shattered by him. The river of time seemed to be flowing in reverse. The tyrant king opened his eyes. 2 streaks of purple divine lightning shot out, tearing apart the void. He smashed out with his fist to resist the incoming person. The entire heavens were shattered. Dazzling light erupted there. It was as if a sun had exploded. It spread into the cosmos and swept through this region. It was extremely dazzling and terrifying. Everyone was stupefied. This person was too powerful. He actually dared to kill the tyrant king who was currently recovering. He was definitely one of the supreme beings of the younger generation. Otherwise, why would he dare to take action? It was because even though the tyrant king ether body was injured, it wasn't something an ordinary person could contend against. Only those few people had a chance. That place was incomparably tyrannical. It was as if 2 archaic deities were fighting. Resplendent light completely submerged the heavens. Nothing could be seen except the boundless Tao ripples. Ah, a saint king cried out miserably. It was only because he didn't have time to retreat that he was swept by the blazing light ripples. He was directly cut into 2 and fell high up in the sky. His blood dyed the skies red. In the distance, everyone was scared. What kind of battle prowess was this? The mysterious person's battle prowess was unmatched. The tyrant king was also matchless and valiant. This was merely the aftermath of their battle, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was simply enough to sweep through an entire region. In that place, there was a type of aura of an unmatched overlord that required all creatures to bow their heads in worship. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Disguise. You aren't injured. A divine voice transmitted over. It instantly disappeared into the distance, merging into the dark cosmos and tearing through the skies. Honglong. The tyrant king smashed out a fist from behind. His purple battle body tore apart the void. Boundless fluctuations rushed into the ice-cold cosmos, making even the stellar domain tremble. Terror overflowed into the heavens as he chased after the other party. Everyone was shocked. That person just now was definitely one of the young supreme beings. Otherwise, how could he have such shocking level of power? He suppressed everyone. Who is he? He's too powerful. He wants to use this opportunity to kill the tyrant king. Is it the great demonic god Ancient Wasteland who swept through the universe, or Di Tian who ruled the road ahead? This made everyone tremble. The 2 left, but the aftermath of the great battle was still vast and mighty. They believed that they were far from being able to compare. Many people's bodies were actually convulsing under this kind of matchless divine might. The few young supreme beings had never carried out a great life and death battle before. If they couldn't kill in one strike, they wouldn't take action under normal circumstances. Just now, there was finally someone who couldn't hold back any longer. And what made everyone's hearts pound intensely was that the tyrant king wasn't injured at all. All of this was a disguise. He guessed that someone would take action against him, so he wanted to see exactly who it was that bore hostility towards him. Honglong. Between heaven and earth, purple energy overflowed into the heavens. The tyrant king towered there, his black hair scattering behind him. Purple lightning erupted from his eyes, making him look like an ancient deity. He possessed a type of aura that could devour mountains and rivers, as if he was the sole ruler of this world. He took a step down from the starry sky, and like a deity descending into the mortal world, he once again descended onto this continent. The exceptional overlord had always been unrivaled among the challengers. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, it had always been like this. No one had been able to injure him. Purple energy surged from his body, and strand after strand fell down like a great waterfall. It engulfed the boundless great earth, vast and mighty in the heavens. It was as if there wasn't anyone in this world that could shake him. He looked down on everything under the heavens, and looked down on everything. He didn't suffer any injuries. What happened just now was a deliberate disguise. After this shocking truth was revealed, It could be said to be a type of greatest intimidation for the heroes of this continent. Did the Tyrant King want to get rid of an opponent just now? What a pity, he didn't get what he wanted. Who could contend against him on the ancient starry sky path? Everyone's restraining fear towards him deepened. This person with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body was too valiant and impossible to contend against. This time, he turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the Emperor tomb again. He carefully observed it, and he still prepared to attack and open it up to seize the heaven-defying natural luck. The Tyrant King is too powerful. This type of performance has simply cut off the hopes of others. Only the young supreme beings can contend against him head-on and contend for supremacy. When will these people have a true battle? Soon. I feel like after the battle between the Tyrant King and the Divine Body ends, he will go all out and decide victory or defeat against the young supreme beings to compete for the Emperor's path. The area in front of the Emperor tomb slowly calmed down. Many cultivators on the ancient path moved out of the way, not daring to disturb the Tyrant King. Just now, his unmatched domineeringness had suppressed everyone. Hey, I say, the purple-blooded monster outside, are you tired of living? Why are you always swaying back and forth in front of me? If you have the guts, then come in and fight me. Otherwise, hurry up and kneel down and leave. When the Tyrant King's aura devoured mountains and rivers, ruling over this continent alone, the arrogant voice from before once again sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. He didn't place the tyrant ether blood in his eyes at all. Everyone was speechless. This person was truly a god. Only the 5 great experts from before silently cursed, secretly looking down on this fellow. He was clearly the one trapped inside and couldn't come out. He was waiting for someone else to open it, yet he had this kind of attitude. Does this fellow have a natural sense of superiority? Is it rare for him to keep hypnotizing himself that he is unrivaled, that he is a supreme being? That's not right. This person most likely truly has a close friendship with the Divine Body. He wants to anger the Tyrant King and make him stay here to buy time for the Divine Body. After the 5 great experts came to this conclusion, they also developed a bit of respect for this thick-skinned person. However, when they thought about how this fellow was so unscrupulous towards them and even gnawed on coffin boards, their slightly lofty image immediately collapsed. They just felt that this wasn't a good person. Do you submit to the tyrant ether body? A disdainful voice sounded from the depths of the ancient tomb. When everyone heard this type of challenge, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This person's sense of superiority was too strong. They hadn't even truly fought yet he already placed himself above the 9 heavens, overlooking everything in this world. He didn't place the Tyrant King in his eyes at all. In the following days, there were people who continuously hurried over. They didn't come to fight against the Tyrant King, but rather to pay their respects to the great deity. They all wanted to see and hear just how domineering the person in the tomb was. One has to understand that in the past few decades, there had never been a single person who dared to criticize the Tyrant King like this, not placing him in their eyes. In that instant, the great deity shook the ancient path. Many people prostrated themselves in admiration. Regardless of how strong this person's true strength was, right now, he could definitely be considered a deity. He was the only one who said that he could crush the Tyrant King to death with a single finger, make him kneel down and swear allegiance. Regardless, he was still alive and kicking, living well in the ancient tomb. Tyrant King, do you dare fight against me? That day, another shout sounded from the starry sky. News came from a human race holy city. Another person challenged the Tyrant King. Everyone was in an uproar. What was going on? Why were there people challenging the tyrant blood of the firmament's position one after another, wishing to shake this young supreme being's position? This left everyone shocked. Soon after, everyone confirmed that this was a powerful fiend race expert who actually stepped onto the human race's ancient path. He also came from Burial Emperor Star, previously known as the Southern Fiend. The fiend race dares to walk the human race's ancient path. This requires a type of boldness. A single mistake and they would become the common enemy of the entire world, surrounded and killed. This person is formidable. I heard that he is going to leave the human race's ancient path, brought to a different path by an ancient fiend who attached great importance to him. Perhaps this really is a heaven-defying existence. Many people were discussing passionately. The confrontation between the divine body and tyrant body actually triggered so many waves, rising and falling. People continuously stood out, all because of the fate battle that was about to take place. Are you all people from Burial Emperor Star? I'll just kill all of you at the same time. The young supreme being with the tyrant king blood of the firmament finally spoke, displaying an exceptional domineering aura, cold and ruthless. In the human race's 50th city, Yifan learned of everything. Recently, there was a messenger who brought the latest news over, triggering a heated discussion. Great waves rose and fell within Yifan's heart. He heard news of an old friend, and his heart was incomparably moved. He immediately stood out, letting Liu Yun pass the message on his behalf. Tell Han Zhong that if he isn't afraid to fight, then immediately appear. If he wants to live for a few more years, then immediately disappear from the ancient path. From now on, don't put on any airs of being a supreme being, or else I will definitely kill him. When these words were spoken, it immediately triggered a huge commotion, spreading along the ancient path. The reason why Yifan said these words wasn't because he was extreme or impulsive, but rather because he was worried about Pang Bo within the ancient tomb. He was sure that it was him, fearing that the ancient tomb would truly be opened by the Overlord, and then something unexpected would happen to him. The envoy immediately appeared, looking for him with an anxious expression. A Dao protector has appeared to suppress the Overlord, forcing him to retreat. Why are you calling for battle at this time? If he comes, then come. Who's afraid of him? Yifan said. He stepped onto the ancient path of the stars earlier than you, and his cultivation level is one level higher than yours. You absolutely cannot fight against him now, the envoy solemnly warned. If he comes to fight against me at the same level, then I will fight him fairly. If he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, then, what can you do? The envoy asked. Then I will use any means necessary to kill him, Yifan said resolutely. The envoy, at Yuan, Sir Envoy, what are you saying? Are you born from the same mother as that guy in the Great Tomb? How can you be so arrogant? What do you think the tyrant's ether blood is? You think you can kill him just because you say so? The envoy could no longer remain calm. On the other hand, Yifan was relatively calm. Although killing him is quite difficult, it's still worth a try. It's not impossible. The envoy solemnly said, how are you going to kill him? He has been a saint king for many years. Even someone as strong as Di Tian, as terrifying as the great demonic god, and as invincible as the human king have not been able to harm a single hair of his. Which one of them isn't a supreme of the younger generation? Their fame has already spread to the other races' ancient paths, but they still can't kill him. They are all wary of each other, and no one dares to act rashly. Yifan calmly said, in a truly fair battle, I'm not afraid of anyone. But if he uses his cultivation level to suppress me, I will create an opportunity to kill him even if there isn't one. If he dares to come back, this star region where the 50th city is located will be his burial ground. Chapter 1347. The starry sky was boundless, specks of brilliance flickering about, no one able to reach the end. The beautiful starry sky didn't contain many secrets either. Since ancient times, batches after batches of young people on the star path had dreams in their hearts, stepping into the distance towards their own goals. They had fought with their hot-bloodedness, fought with their lives, and interpreted their ideals, blooming one beautiful flower of life after another. Along the way, hundreds of barges were vying, heroes competing. The unmatched Overlord was about to face the divine body from Emperor Burial Star. Noise rushed into the heavens, stirring up heaven overflowing waves, affecting the hearts of many cultivators. This battle was unavoidable. Everyone was waiting. The human race's 50th city was located in the cosmos, not on a planet. Starlight shone brilliantly above, pouring down from the heavens like a silver waterfall. It was extremely beautiful. However, who would have thought that there was too much blood and bones buried here, enduring the great changes of endless time? Regardless of whether it was now or the era of ancient heaven, this was still an important place. Yifan released a light sigh. He gazed into the boundless cosmos, the resplendent starry river, saying to himself, how many heroes fought on the heavenly path, full of dreams, full of hot-bloodedness. In the end, their blood dyed the other side, becoming ice-cold bones. During these years, he traveled on the ancient path, seeing too many lives and deaths, quite a few stunning heroes' corpses. Now, he actually felt a bit of weariness. This isn't good, you need to be full of fighting spirit, Enchanting said. This elder was extremely worried about the confrontation between the Overlord and the divine body, speaking out to remind him. I am just a bit moved. If I really face him, I will be full of fighting spirit, fight to the end. Yifan said. The starry sky had buried too many heroes. Many years later, when the one who reached the peak turned around, he would discover that behind him was a path of blood, countless corpses. Was this the glory? He silently savored this type of cruelty alone. This actually isn't a path of blood, but rather the result of intense competition. Everyone rose up, heroes fighting for supremacy, developing to this state. The envoy said. This was a path that had existed since the era of ancient heaven, the most ancient remains. It was originally a path that could allow later generations to rise up, but in the end, it became more and more cruel. The envoy continued, actually, for the sake of longevity, for the sake of being undying, for the sake of being able to take that step, even if blood overflows the heavens, even if too many people die, it is still worth it. Everyone was striving to transcend time in the mortal world, but up until now, they had all failed. Even the ancient great emperors found it hard to live forever, defeated by the merciless passage of time. Since ancient times, generations after generations of geniuses and geniuses had dreamed of becoming an immortal, but they had never been able to achieve it. Perhaps the envoy's words were a bit heartless, but it was also a kind of truth. If someone took that step, what harm was there in sacrificing one or several generations? It would point out a true path to immortality for future generations. If he truly succeeded, the significance would be profound and immeasurable. His achievements would shake the ages, surpassing even the ancient emperors. Yifan walked towards the ancient city gate alone. He was about to enter the starry sky from here. It was still too early to talk about immortality. It wasn't something he could touch at his current cultivation level. There were still other things he had to do. Dao friend, where are you going? Suddenly, an elder spoke. He was someone he had never seen before. Into space, replied Yifan. Wu, this old one heard that you are going to fight against the Overlord for supremacy. Why did you choose this time to leave? The elder asked. Wherever I stand is a battlefield. He can slaughter his way over at any time. I don't have time to wait for him. Yifan sensed something and purposely spoke like this. That isn't too good, right? Since we arranged to fight, we naturally have to choose a place where everyone is watching. How can we miss the appointment? The elder said. Yifan coldly said, when did I say that I had to fight here? Aren't you worrying too much? After saying this, he walked out of the city gate, arriving in the starry sky with a single step. It was because the 50th city was constructed under the starry sky, looking majestic, auspicious, and divine. Envoy Li Jun, why are you here? The envoy is waiting for you. One of the city gate guards walked up and said to the elder. All right, I'll go right now. The elder nodded. Strand after strand of silver splendor appeared. There was a formation set up in this starry sky that could gather a river of stars and envelop the ancient city. Standing in this region, one's entire body would be surrounded by starlight, appearing hazy and holy. Yifan stood outside the ancient city for a while, submerged in the pure white splendor. He felt a type of peace and tranquility. In the eyes of mortals, they were already immortals, but cultivators didn't think so. If there were immortals, were they also pursuing something? Yifan turned around and saw that the city gate had already closed. He softly said to himself, on the ancient path, the great envoy and Dao protectors aren't of one mind either. The envoy of the 50th city, Zhao Gongyi, and a few powerful Dao protectors didn't wish for the two supreme physiques to clash right now. However, there were people on the road ahead who hoped for a world-shaking battle. Some clues could be seen from this envoy. It was to the extent where some of the protectors of the starry sky ancient path might display a type of hostility. Yi Fan naturally didn't enter the starry sky to leave. Right now, the most pressing matter was to prepare for war. He was going to compete with the Overlord and fight a bloody battle in the starry sky for the supreme position. In the cosmos, starlight flickered. Yi Fan looked at the huge divine diagram left behind by the ancient heaven. The two ancient life stars were the poles, and the group of meteorites was the dividing line between yin and yang. There were too many secrets buried here. This is my battlefield. Yi Fan took a step forward. The sun and moon reversed, and starlight shot out. He had cultivated the Rho formula to the acme of perfection. He was going to survey this place and carry out a formal deployment. In a battle of the same level, he didn't fear anyone. However, if someone violated the agreement of the ancient path and killed their way back, suppressing him with a higher cultivation level, then he would be in danger. Resurrect the ancient heaven source formation and restore its former glory. Yi Fan moved about the group of meteorites, earnestly repairing one ancient formation after another. Many of the originally destroyed formations were restored by him, flickering with splendor. The resurrection ancient formation required one to be completely devoted. From a certain perspective, one had to engrave one's spirit, chi, and spirit into it. This was why it was called a spiritual formation. He didn't want to restore all the divine formations in this starry sky domain. That was obviously impossible. The amount of work involved was too great. He only needed to set up a battlefield. Among them, there was one formation that he paid the most attention to. When the fourth-generation Heaven Source ancestor Wu Yi stood on the square of the underworld city of death, the Tao patterns on the formation were profound and complicated. Traces of blood flowed along the formation diagram, increasing its divine might. It was grand and majestic. It could be said that in that battle, Wu Yi was almost innately invincible. The formation diagram played a huge role in his bloody battle against Yi Fan, constantly increasing his battle prowess. Daoist, please wait a moment. A divine sense fluctuation came from the starry sky as a group of people rushed over. The old man he had seen at the city gate was among them. He was the one who had spoken. Yi Fan stopped and looked at them. There were a total of 6 people. Apart from the old man, Liu Yun was also among them. There was also a woman who was beautiful like a flower and the moon, extremely beautiful. The person in the lead wasn't very outstanding. He had a medium build and ordinary looks, but his cultivation couldn't be underestimated. He was a very powerful Saint King. What's the matter? Yi Fan asked. We heard that Brother Yi was about to leave this starry sky, so we specially came to persuade you. Since you've arranged a battle with the Overlord, it's not good to leave without a word, the beautiful woman said indifferently. Yi Fan knew that these people were on the Overlord's side. They thought that he was going to leave, so they chased after him to prevent him from leaving. Who are you? Fairy Shu Li is the youngest daughter of the envoy from the 81st city of the human race, Liu Yun introduced. Yi Fan nodded and said, My business has nothing to do with the 81st city of the human race, does it? The 81st city was obviously extremely important. As the envoy of the city, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Now that his daughter had come, it meant that he was on the side of the protectors. How is it unrelated to me? The battle between the Saint Physique and the Overlord has already spread throughout the ancient road. I'm also one of the spectators, so I have the right to supervise. Shu Li raised her eyebrows and raised her white and round chin, looking like a proud peacock. Ridiculous, Yi Fan commented. Who are you calling ridiculous? You didn't even fight and ran away. You don't dare to fight the Overlord, yet you're talking nonsense to me. Shu Li's face was full of disdain. Yi Fan looked at her coldly and said, You came here to provoke me because you think you can kill me in the Overlord's stead. The Overlord is heroic and majestic. Killing you would be as easy as blowing off dust. There's no need for us to do anything. We just didn't want you to run away and wanted to stop you from leaving. When Shu Li spoke about the Overlord, her expression was radiant. Her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. She didn't even try to hide her admiration for him. Love-struck fool. Yi Fan casually spat out these two words. Shu Li's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. She gritted her teeth and was like a female leopard, wanting to pounce on him. Brother Yi, a real man should live a vigorous life. How can we be afraid of battle? The old messenger said. He was the one who sent the message and chased after them. Does it have anything to do with you? Yi Fan glanced at him. I don't think Brother Yi wants to leave. Are you inspecting the battlefield? The ordinary-looking man in the lead asked. TCH, he just wants to escape from the ancient path. Once the Overlord comes, who would dare to contend against him? He's afraid now. Shu Li didn't want to give up. She was truly angered badly by Yi Fan's words just now. Yi Fan ignored Shu Li and looked at the man in the lead. And who are you? Qi Zheng, the man replied. This is the eldest grandson of the Tao Protector of the Ancient Road, Senior Qi Tian, Liu Yun said, not hiding anything, and pointed out the man's extraordinary identity. What a powerful background, Yi Fan said. Indeed, none of these people were simple. The young daughter of the envoy from the 81st city and the eldest grandson of the Tao Protector of the Ancient Road were all here. It could be seen that the Tao Protectors of the Ancient Road were very biased. The fact that their descendants were here was enough to explain some problems. Yi Fan sighed. Zhao Gongyi of the 50th city had taken good care of him. Naturally, there would be people standing on the Overlord's side. This was unavoidable. I'm already clear about your intentions. If I really want to leave this starry sky, what can you do? Yi Fan asked calmly. Is Tao Brother Yi really afraid? The old messenger asked. I knew he would run. On the ancient road, who would dare to fight against an overlord? Even Di Tian, the great devil god, and the human king would have to retreat. Shu Li raised her snow-white chin, revealing a cold smile. Qi Zheng said calmly, we all know that Brother Yi is joking and won't leave. However, I still have to remind Brother Yi that if you really want to leave, we will stop you and won't allow you to leave this starry sky. Because the Overlord said that we must fight here. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, are you guys joking? Those who don't know might think that the Overlord has become the great emperor of the human race. You guys can kneel and worship him, but don't force his will on me. You guys regard him as a decree, but in my eyes, he's just a piece of scrap paper. To me, he's just an opponent, nothing more. Everyone's expression darkened. Oh, are you guys going to stop me together and fight to the death, or are you going to obediently go and mine for me? If you don't listen, I'll behead you and spank you. Yi Fan looked at them. Although he spoke in a relaxed manner, there was a formless majesty to his words. Chapter 1348. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Could it be that you want to keep all of us here? The old messenger asked with an unfriendly expression. You're already so old and your beard has already turned white, yet you're still messing around with the younger generation. Do you really think you're an old urchin? Yi Fan ridiculed. He didn't have a good impression of this person at all, and it was all because of this messenger. The status of messengers on the ancient road wasn't ordinary. They traveled between major cities. Although they couldn't compare to the guide envoys and great commanders, they were still respected. Now that they were being ridiculed by Yi Fan, they couldn't keep their faces. Brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. A peerless overlord is about to arrive. You should think about how to deal with this peerless enemy. I hope you can survive unscathed, he said in an indifferent tone. Yi Fan coldly said, you're always worrying about nothing. Since there's something wrong with your moral conduct, it's necessary to suppress you and send you to mine for 100 years. The messenger's face was full of black lines as he said in a sinister voice, do you still want to attack us? Wang. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and pressed forward like a five-fingered mountain, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, a dazzling divine light rushed up. The messenger was indignant. He was looking down on him too much. No matter what, he was someone second only to the guide envoys and great commanders. However, the divine physique seemed to be treating him like a cat or dog, suppressing him with a flip of his hand. His body overflowed with strands of extreme yin fiendish energy. This was the dark origin power that specialized in disintegrating divine power. It was powerful and ordinary people wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, under Yi Fan's golden palm, the extreme yin fiendish energy melted like ice and snow. With a sizzling sound, it was cleanly purified by the golden clouds. The messenger quickly retreated and wanted to stand with the others. However, the large hand in the sky fell down like a golden dome of heaven, blocking his path of retreat. The guide envoy's expression changed. There was no way out. One hand was like a world that covered this place. He couldn't rush out at all. Open! He let out a light shout, and his entire body burned with the lunar mystic baleful chi. Rays of black light burned like a black sun, and he tore open the void, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, it was still ineffective. 9 ancient characters appeared on Yi Fan's large golden hand. They shone brilliantly, as if 9 great divine stars were rotating. They shone with undying radiance. These were the 9 mysterious characters from the Daoist scripture, and they could suppress all living things. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan wouldn't use them, but now that he wanted to end the battle quickly, he used them. No! The messenger shouted. Everything happened too quickly. No one could save him even if they wanted to. They only saw Yi Fan raise his hand and directly suppress him, as if he was dealing with a 3-year-old child. How could this be? That's the tyrant's ancient technique. Shu Li cried out in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. The messenger was defeated too quickly. The large golden hand turned into a boundless universe, and the 9 ancient characters were like gods. They shone there, incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan slowly closed the golden palm. The messenger cried out and quickly shrank. He was like a caterpillar lying limply on the palm, trembling as if he was facing a god. Yi Fan's ancient technique was profound, and he instantly suppressed the enemy. With a light shake of his right hand, the messenger immediately felt the world turn upside down. Primal chaos surged, and he was almost torn into pieces as he tumbled about. This golden palm was about to melt him. The messenger was so scared that his soul left his body, and he screamed with all his might. This was too terrifying. This was truly the power to summon clouds with a turn of the hand and rain with a turn of the hand. How do you know the tyrant's secret technique? You also learned the Daoist scripture, Shu Li asked in a sharp voice, seemingly very shocked. The expressions of the others also changed. The Daoist scripture was extremely mysterious and profound. It was an extremely ancient scripture, and there were legends about it in many star domains. However, very few people had ever seen it. Yi Fan obtained an important piece of information. The tyrant cultivated the Daoist scripture, and it seemed like he had cultivated it to an extremely profound level. This time, it was truly a tit for tat. It's your turn. He turned his hand and pressed forward. It was still the same 9 ancient characters from the Daoist scripture. Each and every one of them emitted a divine splendor, and the faint chanting of a celestial being could be faintly heard. The rumbling thunder seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and myriad worlds. These people naturally wouldn't resign themselves to death. One after another, they used their secret techniques, and even detonated a few terrifying saint-grade forbidden tools to shatter this star domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't do anything to Yi Fan. That cauldron floated up and down, and source chi circulated around it, making it impossible for anything to invade. Yi Fan stood in the starry sky, his black hair hanging loosely behind him. He formed seals with both hands, and every strike seemed to be pushing the sun, moon, and stars forward. It was as if he was an immortal king descending to the mortal world with unstoppable divine might. His entire body emitted golden light, and the stars in the sky moved with his hands as if they were being pushed forward by him. The entire star domain trembled as he reigned supreme in this world. These people's expressions all changed. Shu Li was the first to scream. Yi Fan formed the sun and moon seal, and a golden sun shattered her saint tool. She was even sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her slender body was in tatters. "Brother Yi, we didn't mean any harm. How could you do this?" Liu Yun screamed as he was swept by the moon seal. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, and only the upper half of his body was sent flying, spraying out a large amount of blood. Among these people, there was no doubt that Qi Zheng was the strongest. He was a saint king, and during the battle, his eyes were like two balls of fire. His entire body emitted a monstrous battle intent. Yi, the great sage's magic tool. Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the other party was so fearless. This kind of thing was truly a great threat to him. To be more precise, this was a forbidden tool. It could only be used a limited number of times, but it could unleash the might of the great sage. For a short period of time, it was equivalent to an attack from the great sage. I've already said that you can't go anywhere. Just stay in this starry sky obediently and complete this fated battle. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can leave, Qi Zheng said coldly. The brilliance in his eyes became even brighter, burning fiercely. It was very different from the ordinary look he had before. His battle intent was high, and he was like a god of war, surging with battle intent. This person was truly powerful. Even among saint kings of the same level, he was at a terrifying level. Moreover, he controlled a forbidden tool personally refined by the great sage, which could easily kill a saint. You're too arrogant. If your grandfather came, I'd turn around and leave. You alone aren't enough. Yi Fan replied. Then don't blame me for being merciless and suppressing you, Qi Zheng said. He held a 9-story ancient pagoda in his hand, and strands of purple qi flowed down. With a humming sound, the ancient pagoda flew out and rapidly enlarged. It was as tall as the sky and the earth, suppressing towards Yi Fan. However, at this moment, Yi Fan used the Rho formula. Dao patterns formed thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of strands densely covered the cosmos. He wrapped this forbidden tool and rushed into the distance. He took out the green cauldron. Although the great sage-level ancient pagoda suppressed him, it was difficult to suppress and kill him. With a shake of his hand, he struck the green copper cauldron. Catcher. The 9-story ancient pagoda was originally a forbidden tool and couldn't be used more than a few times. Now that it collided with the green copper cauldron, its lifespan was even shorter. One could see cracks appearing one after another, and it exploded with a rumble. Purple mist and multicolored light rushed in all directions. The great sage-level forbidden tool was destroyed, and a sphere of green light flew out. That was the immortal green copper cauldron. Normally, it was mottled with rust and was incredibly tattered, but at this moment, it erupted with immortal light, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Yi Fan waited for it to retract its multicolored light before putting it into his body. He didn't want to expose this item too early, or else there would definitely be a reign of terror on the starry sky ancient path. Countless experts would come knocking on his door. Qi Zheng's mind was greatly shaken. Not long after, Yi Fan returned, completely unharmed. He tossed the fragments of the 9-story pagoda over, and they were as dazzling as starry river divine sand as they scattered all over the ground. What kind of monster are you? You even shattered the great sage-level forbidden tool? He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At this point, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Qi Zheng was extremely powerful, but he was still suppressed by Yi Fan. He was also like a caterpillar that couldn't struggle free from Yi Fan's palm. Xu Li fled with extreme speed, rushing towards the human race's 50th city. She dragged her tattered body, leaving behind a rain of blood. The majestic ancient city was within sight, and she was about to be saved. However, at this time, a demonic godlike figure arrived first, cutting off her path. Just a single hand reached out, and it was as if he was grabbing a little chick, bringing her back to the depths of the starry sky. Ah, let me go. She violently struggled, feeling both humiliated and angry at the same time. The group of 6 was suppressed by Yi Fan one after another, and all of them appeared in the golden palm. Their faces were full of shame, and they bitterly hated themselves. Why did they have to come here? Dao brother Yi, let's just leave it at this. We have no past grievances or grudges. Even though we were in the wrong and were too frivolous, we really didn't want to fight to the death with you, Liu Yun said. Let us go. Xu Li screamed. Being caught in the palm of a man's hand and turned around to look at her was truly unbearable. Noisy. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and with a puff, her body shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only her head was left floating in the void. "Ah, you dare to hurt me. The tyrant will not let you go," Shu Li cried out in pain. "If the tyrant comes, I'll just kill him. If you dare to be noisy again, I'll destroy both your body and soul," Yi Fan said calmly, scaring Shu Li so much that she didn't dare to open her mouth again. These people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so cold-blooded, shattering the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. "She's the youngest daughter of the 81st city's envoy, and you're treating her like this." The messenger was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he cried out involuntarily, "You're also very noisy." Yi Fan flicked his finger again, and with a puff, the messenger's body also shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Only his head was left, and he didn't dare to speak again. This was a demon king. The hearts of the six churned. This person was ruthless, and his physical body was too strong. He could destroy the body of a saint with just a flick of his finger. How shocking was this? "What do you want?" Qi Zheng was still relatively calm, and he asked. "From now on, all of you are minors. Work hard and strive for a reduction in your sentence," Yi Fan said seriously. The six were so depressed that they wanted to kill themselves. They were almost driven mad, but they didn't dare to speak carelessly. This was a demon king, and even the charming Shu Li could shatter her body with a flick of his finger. What else couldn't he do? Yi Fan had 6 more saint-level minors under him. They opened up the stars, searched for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and excavated all kinds of divine ores. They were very dedicated. Days passed, and news came from the depths of the ancient road. The tyrant had arrived, and his roar shattered the sun and the moon. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and he was incomparably powerful. With supreme divine might, he quickly killed his way to the 50th city of the human race. In the end, he couldn't open the door to the mausoleum of the great ancient emperor. In the end, he rushed over along the ancient road, and there were protectors obstructing him along the way, but he avoided them all. The divine light platform had long been taken away, but he had another secret treasure that allowed him to travel through the universe. The tyrant rushed to the other side of the starry sky like a primordial beast. An exceptional battle was unavoidable. The tyrant has arrived. The young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the firmament tyrant has finally killed his way here. This starry sky was boiling, and everyone's attention was on them. Countless people were waiting in anticipation. Many people couldn't stay calm, and they thought of ways to cross the starry sky to specially rush over, wanting to watch the battle. Chapter 1349. Heaven Divergent City was situated amidst the wilderness, and it was grand and tall. The city walls were covered in marks left behind by axes and arrows, and there were even numerous claw marks left behind by primeval ferocious beasts. It was like a living history that told of the various events of the past. In the wilderness, apes cried and tigers roared. Desolate beasts roamed about. Mountain ridges coiled like old dragons, and ancient trees covered a vast forest. Chitian City and the wilderness were not on a planet. This was a continent floating in the starry sky. It was full of vitality and majestic mountains. Starlight sprinkled down, making it look mysterious and ancient as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. With a long roar, the clouds moved in all directions. Many mountain peaks collapsed. A figure tore open the void and rushed towards Chitian City. His tall and sturdy body seemed to be cast from molten iron. He was strong and powerful, and there was actually a metallic texture to it. Everywhere he passed, the void distorted, mountains collapsed, ancient trees shattered, and rubble scattered into the clouds. He was like a god of destruction that killed everything. Nothing could stop him. "The Overlord is here." Someone in Chitian City cried out in surprise. This kind of fluctuation was too terrifying. It covered the sky and earth like a vast ocean, causing the ancient city to shake violently. It really is the Overlord. He's too fast. Some people in the city felt cold. They were oppressed by a powerful aura and couldn't help but spasm. Suddenly, on an ancient mountain in Chitian City, demonic energy rushed into the sky. Endless divine light pierced through the heavens as an ancient demonic imperial palace appeared. It was like the ancient heaven, majestic and grand. A magical image appeared out of thin air and towered above the mortal world. His black hair was like a waterfall, and in his eyes, the sun and moon rose and fell. There were also stars and rivers of stars. It was as if a demonic god had descended. "Are you the southern demon? Those who dare to stop me will die." Outside the ancient city, a dignified voice was full of pressure. This was an indescribable power. It was tyrannical beyond compare, and no one could go against it. The Overlord had arrived from the depths of the starry sky. He was on his way to the 50th city of the human race to fight the divine physique. He had to pass by here and wanted to kill the southern demon on his way. In the city, in an ancient building on a mountain, a beautiful woman revealed a nervous expression. She looked at her brother and said, "Are we really going to fight him?" It was the southern demon siblings who had provoked the tyrant. Nan Yarrow was like a deity from the mythological era. His hair draped over his shoulders, and his skin was bronze in color. His body was as sturdy as a dragon, and a terrifying light shot out from his eyes as he stared outside the city. "You can't go out." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded. Within an ancient palace, a snow-white-haired, withered, wrinkled elder opened his eyes. It was as if two streaks of lightning had streaked past. His pupils were as astonishing as golden lamps. Even though he was old, his spirit was hale and hearty, full of vitality. As the sound of his voice faded, the entire ancient mountain emitted a powerful fluctuation. Demonic chi permeated the air, sealing the mountain. The demon god Dharma idol that seemed to be able to reach the 9 heavens and the 9 hells was forced to retract. This was an ancient demon with immeasurable strength. He was extremely powerful and unfathomable. He was precisely the one who came to the human race's ancient road to discuss matters. He accidentally discovered the southern demon siblings and wanted to bring them away. The southern demon was silent. He stared at the end of the horizon. There was a peerless overlord there, exuding a heaven-overflowing might that engulfed Skybend City. Your current cultivation realm isn't enough. You cannot fight a decisive battle against him. The ancient demon that was seated in the palace closed his eyes and spoke like this, not allowing him to leave the city. "I only wish to launch a single attack." The southern demon said. This ancient demon still shook his head. Even though they weren't in the same palace, it was as if he could see through everything, even the hearts of others. Those who have the tyrant heavenly blood flowing through their bodies aren't that easy to deal with. Back then, at the same cultivation realm, even the demon race's quasi-emperor had fallen. "I wish to launch an ancient heaven-transforming technique," the demon god said. When the ancient demon heard this, he became silent, as if he was thinking to himself. He didn't say anything for a long time. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation that transmitted over from the ancient city. 2 figures rushed into the sky, flying out of the city and entering the barren mountain ridges. They were actually going to face the Overlord head-on. These were fiend race experts from the other side. They descended together with the ancient demon on the human race's ancient path. Their strength was at a horrifying level. During these past few days, they felt hostility towards the southern demon. It was because the ancient demon attached too much importance to them. These two were exceptional geniuses from the fiend race's ancient path, their cultivation realms higher than the southern demons. They accompanied their race's giants to visit the human race, yet now, they weren't treated with as much importance as the southern demon. They wanted to prove themselves, fight against the human race overlord and kill him. They were both at the Saint King realm, so they had absolute confidence. They hadn't tasted defeat even now, sweeping through everything before them on the starry sky ancient path. "Come back." The ancient demon released a low shout. He didn't expect these two to act on their own. Unfortunately, the two didn't return. They firmly believed that they were stronger, that they were heavenly geniuses worthy of being chosen by the fiend race's giants. They wanted to prove themselves on the human race's ancient path. In reality, these two great fiend race youths were definitely geniuses, rarely seen in many star domains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have always won and never lost. One of them opened his mouth and roared. A heavenly river hung in the boundless whiteness, the scene horrifying. He refined a large amount of starry river divine sand, turning it into a supreme treasure. This kind of divine material even made the great sage envious. Not to mention other things, just this kind of world-shocking divine material was enough to prove the problem. Moreover, the brilliance of the killing light was indeed at a horrifying level. The heavenly river stretched across the sky, connecting to outer space, borrowing the power of the stars to form an eternal radiance. Even a grain of rice can release light? The overlord sneered. He was like a demonic mountain, majestic and unmoving. Only when the starry river rushed over did he release a roar. This was like a doomsday disaster, engulfing the great earth. Mountains collapsed and the stars seemed to be trembling. The starry river in the sky collapsed, scattered by the overlord's roar. The multicolored light was dense, scattering into the void in strands. At the same time, this fiend race genius screamed miserably. His body was tattered and covered in blood, almost directly shattering. Wang, the other fiend race genius, also took action. Almost at the same time, a jade gourd turned into a mountain. The mouth of the gourd was like a black hole, about to swallow the overlord inside. The jade gourd's entire body was sparkling and translucent, sparkling with brilliance. It was a rare precious artifact, its brilliance endless. Han Zhong released a cold snort, not treating the Holy King magical artifact as anything at all. He rushed towards the black hole-like mouth of the gourd. He extended his arm, brandishing an overlord fist, releasing undying immortal splendor. The mouth of the gourd was like a giant whirlpool, swallowing the overlord. However, his fist was too hard. When it smashed into the gourd's wall, a crisp catcher sound was actually released. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Jade, an undying Holy King-level gourd forged from blue sky divine jade. It was broken into pieces, unable to stop his flesh, directly exploding. His exceptional divine bravery could be seen from this. Pu. The gourd's owner's body split apart, flowing out strands of blood. His body swayed, almost hacked apart, flying outwards. Even you fiend race remnants want to stop me? You can't even withstand a single blow. If you dare to appear before me, I'll wipe you all out, said the overlord coldly. Things happened too suddenly. Two rare geniuses were heavily injured in a single exchange. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. It was truly shocking. Honglong. The overlord made his move, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth when compared to those two. The two's bodies rapidly retreated under the shadow of the overlord's fist, but they were still brushed by it. With two pu sounds, half of their bodies rotted away. It was difficult for them to resist the overlord, and they were directly half-crippled. Blood dyed the vast sky red. Enough. Within Chichen City, the fiend race giant snorted coldly. He stretched out a large hand to grab forward, wanting to stop the overlord, not letting him harm the two. Dao friend, this is the human race's ancient road. In the depths of the starry sky, a cold voice suddenly sounded, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied. A giant cauldron appeared, piercing through the cosmos to meet that large hand, blocking the way forward. With a rumble, it was as if the heavens and earth had collided. Yin and yang clashed chaotically, and the primal chaos dispersed in all directions. This time, the confrontation was monstrously terrifying. It was a confrontation at the level of the great sage. What? There's a protector behind the overlord? No wonder he could avoid the other protectors and come all the way here. Many people in the city were astonished. This was a very clear signal. There was someone among the human protectors standing on the overlord's side. If they didn't stop him from killing the divine physique, the consequences would be dire. The overlord was extremely powerful and fearless. Even when facing the fiend race giant, he didn't cower. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The two great experts of the fiend race immediately shrunk and were swallowed into his mouth. Blood splashed out. This was a very cruel scene. He directly devoured the two great geniuses of the fiend race, leaving nothing behind. Chichen City was in absolute silence. I have no intention of helping the tyrant bloodline of the firmament tyrant, but I won't allow the fiend race giant to attack my race's ancient road. The human protector transmitted his voice through the starry sky. However, who could believe it? He was definitely protecting the Overlord. If one thought about it carefully, he was supporting the Overlord in killing the divine physique. Too terrifying. How powerful is his strength? He actually devoured 2 Saint Kings. Rumor has it that they were 2 geniuses of the fiend race. Everyone was shaken. The handsome talents that came with the fiend race giant were naturally extraordinary, but they were devoured by the Overlord in one gulp. The trace of blood that trickled down from the corner of his mouth made everyone tremble in fear. Wang. The ancient demon rushed out and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The great cauldron trembled and also left. The 2 protectors faced each other. Moreover, at this moment, the southern demon rushed into the sky. His black hair scattered behind him, and his body was as sturdy as a dragon. He flickered with a bronze precious splendor, and there were strands of demonic aura around him. Big brother! Qi Huashire cried out in alarm from behind. You guys only came from the Emperor Burial Star, yet you still dare to act like a hero? I'll kill all of you. The Overlord said coldly. Qiong, Emperor Bloodsoil, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demon God Wood, and dozens to 100 other strange and rare materials appeared. They densely packed together and formed an ancient formation that engulfed this heaven and earth. This is. What a terrifying demonic force. The people in the city were all alarmed and incomparably terrified. Many people directly knelt down. This was a type of ancient formation that was carved in imitation of the legendary Demon Emperor's formation. The true Demon Emperor's formation diagram had long been lost in this world, and this kind of incomplete Tao pattern that was restored was just as terrifying. The peerless Overlord rushed left and right like a true dragon. He shattered the heavens and cracked the continents below as if he was going to destroy the world. This remnant formation that imitated the Demon Emperor's formation diagram displayed an extremely great might. It was able to destroy everything in its path and refine a peak Saint King into a pool of pus and blood. Its divine might was truly world-shaking. Hong. Emperor Blood Earth, Divine Phoenix Stone, Demonic Divine Wood, and several 10s to 100 other rare formation materials were all shining, trapping the Overlord. They were going to obliterate him, and then the sky dome collapsed. The killing formation wrapped around the Overlord and brought him into the dimensional space. Within the city, everyone was absolutely silent. The magnificent Overlord, who was peerless among his peers and could be considered a peerless genius, was actually suppressed by someone and forced into a formation. It was unknown where he was. It was truly shocking. Big brother. Qi Huashire revealed a joyous expression. She never thought that the southern demon could suppress the Overlord of the Tyrant Heaven's bloodline. Everyone was astonished and shaken. Only the southern demon frowned and sighed. So many precious formation materials, yet they can only suppress him for 3 days at most. In reality, after only 2 days, a loud sound rang out. A large part of the cosmos space collapsed, and a demon-like existence rushed out. The Overlord directly attacked. The demon god sighed and said, "My cultivation level isn't as high as his. Even if I use the ancient heaven transformation technique, I most likely won't be able to resist. People from the Emperor Burial Star are mediocre. I'll kill you all thoroughly," the Overlord said coldly. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because the 3 powerful fluctuations of the demon race's Tao Protector and the human race's Tao Protector had appeared. This was a great deterrence to him. The Overlord glanced back and instantly disappeared into the distance. His body emitted a faint light and directly disappeared. He actually pierced through the cosmos. He had an artifact on him that was comparable to the Divine Light platform, but no one knew what it was. Truly amazing. That artifact of his seems to have the aura of a deity's will. In the end, the ancient demon came to this conclusion. Deity's will was rumored to be an evil will formed after the death of a deity. In reality, it was most likely evolved from the evil will of an ancient great emperor after his death. The Overlord's secret artifact contained the aura of a deity's will. This was truly terrifying. 2 human Tao protectors appeared here in addition to a demonic magnet. This was truly a grand scene. The aura they emitted was suffocating. It's getting more and more complicated. He obtained an ancient artifact left behind by a deity's will. After reaching this conclusion, even the Tao Protector was astonished. The frightening power of the artifact was one aspect, but this involved an indescribable creature like the deity's will. It was certainly related to the deceased great emperors. It was difficult to say whether this was good or bad. Stop him at the 50th human city. No, let's take a look first. You want him to kill the divine physique, right? I know you favor the tyrant Empyrean bloodline. The two human Tao protectors opposed each other. Their attitudes toward the young supreme of the tyrant Empyrean bloodline were completely different. Boom. In the 50th human city, the sky collapsed as a fiend-godlike shadow rushed out. It then opened a jar artifact and a purple Cheline rushed out with a terrifying aura. This entire stellar domain began to rumble with power. Upon closer inspection, this purple creature was quite different from ordinary Cheline beasts. Its entire body was covered in sparkling and translucent scales without a single flaw. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. Its bloodline was pure and its cultivation was profound. It could be called the king of beasts and would be the future supreme beast. The overlord sat on the purple Cheline and held a blood-colored spear in his hand. He was like a demonic god from the underworld, and his entire body emitted a monstrous might. Divine physique, I'm here to die. His voice rumbled and shook the 50th human city violently as if it was about to collapse. Even the surrounding starfields were shaking and trembling. Chapter 1350. The Overlord had arrived. The day had finally arrived. The battle between the divine physique and the Overlord had been a hot topic of discussion for the past few days. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to this battle. One came from the Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets there. It was the burial place of the great ancient emperors and also the place where the path to immortality had opened. There were too many secrets buried there. The other had its own mother star. This bloodline had established an illustrious and unrivaled reputation in the legendary era. It had existed for tens of thousands of years and was still flourishing today, looking down on the universe. The Overlord held his spear horizontally. He was like a demonic god that had descended from the heavens. His body was covered in black metal divine clothes that covered his head and feet. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious and oppressive aura. In his hand, he held an ancient spear that was as red as blood. It emitted a monstrous killing intent as if it had drunk the blood of millions of creatures. Its cold aura made even saints tremble. Many powerful cultivators rushed out of the human race's 50th city and entered the dark cosmos. They felt such power and coldness. Their bodies were cold and almost trembled. Just how strong is the Overlord? I'm afraid no one knows. His battle prowess was difficult to estimate. In all these years, no one had ever been able to force him to use his full strength. He was like an undefeatable god. His prestige weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. One man and one horse stood there. When they roared, the entire starry sky trembled. The human race's 50th city shone. The protective formations of the city were activated and automatically defended. The experts who entered the cosmos could still stand firm at first, but later on, they couldn't help but retreat. That was because the peerless killing intent became more and more powerful. It swept past, making many people's hair fall off. The coldness was bone-piercing and the killing intent was boundless. Many people trembled and couldn't help but retreat. They simply couldn't believe all of this. They were so far away, yet they couldn't bear the Overlord's killing intent. Everyone asked themselves in their hearts, if they were the ones fighting, how would they be able to fight? They might be shattered by the Overlord's aura before they could even make a move. They wouldn't even be able to get close. Boom. In the human race's 50th city, a wave of golden blood energy rushed up like a pillar that supported the heavens. It pierced through the starry sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. It surged and shook the starry sky. A slender and robust figure appeared. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his eyes were deep. His roar shook the starry skies. A long horse, its entire body emitting fiery light, stepped across the sky. The horse's hooves were like the beating of a divine drum, full of rhythm. Berserk energy fluctuated, ear-splitting. The figure sat on the longma and soared into the sky, arriving in the starry sky. Starlight sprinkled down, thousands upon thousands of strands like a silver waterfall, making him look like a supreme being who had crossed realms to battle. One man and one horse were too fast. They appeared in the universe, far away from the 50th city of the human race. It was Yi Fan and Longma. The golden blood in his entire body surged, and an exceptional battle intent pervaded the air. At this moment, there was a mountain-devouring might as he faced the Overlord head-on. It was as if an ancient deity had been revived. "You're here. Come and receive your death." On the other side, the tyrant said coldly. His entire body was covered in a cold black metal armor, and he was so powerful that it made people feel oppressed. There were only a few ice-cold words, but they were enough to make people horrified. It was as if the voice of the underworld came from hell, pronouncing a person's fate. He was confident and domineering. "Who do you think you are? You're just an overlord body. What do you think you are?" Yi Fan coldly replied. He was calm and unhurried as he sat on the longma, unmoving. Just an overlord body, who could say such words? One had to know that the chaotic battle of the tyrant blood of the firmament was a supreme being of the younger generation. Under the starry sky, many cultivators were shaken. They could feel the confidence and restrained sharpness of Yi Fan. He was calm and oppressive, like a hibernating dragon about to battle in the wild. They had survived hundreds of battles and became saints. Which one of them wasn't a battle hero? They were all existences at the peak of their respective starfields. But now, on the ancient path, it was hard for them to be so confident. They even had to be careful when observing the battle. "You're no good. One hand is enough to suppress you." The Overlord sat on the purple chaleen and looked over from the endless starry sky. His eyes were like two beams of demonic light that pierced through the darkness, oppressing one's soul. And at this moment, a powerful aura rushed over like a vast ocean bursting through a dike, like a river of stars exploding. The starry sky split apart as it pounced towards everyone in this direction. "Very powerful," the longma muttered. Even with its flamboyant nature and shameful temper, it was still feeling apprehensive at this moment. Its large eyes were wide open. Strands of golden essence energy seeped out from Yi Fan's pores and fell down, cutting off that aura and returning this place to peace. Meanwhile, many cultivators in the distance couldn't block it. Each and every one of them had pale faces as they staggered back in fear. They looked as if they had seen a malicious spirit. Exceptional killing intent surged and cracks appeared in the starry sky. This was a type of intimidation. The aura released by the Overlord was enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. If they truly fought, just how powerful would it be? Nothing more than this. If we were fighting at the same cultivation realm, taking your head would be as easy as pulling out weeds. Yi Fan said. Within his calmness was a type of coldness as he opposed the Overlord with equal harshness. Everyone's minds jumped. This was impossible. The Overlord's power was rarely seen even in the present and past. Unmatched in the same cultivation realm, who could contend against him was a very good explanation. Only in this golden age could there barely be someone who could match him. Otherwise, once this type of figure appeared, all of his peers could only live in his shadow, unable to contend against him. Ha ha! The Overlord laughed loudly, unbridled and full of coldness. There was a type of spirit as if he was unrivaled under the heavens. He was high up above, not placing everything in his eyes. When he sat down, that purple chaleen raised its head and hissed. Its mental force moved the cosmos, shaking his head until it felt like it was going to split apart, simply about to explode. This was a rare descendant of a chaleen with a noble bloodline. It made one suspect that it was a true immortal chaleen's child that was left behind in this world. Its body was purple and dazzling, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body released the aura of a supreme being among beasts. It raised its head and walked forward, tearing apart the cosmos with its steps. It was incomparably berserk. Everyone's expressions changed. A few people sighed inwardly. This was just a mount, yet it far surpassed them. There was simply no way they could match it. This is clearly the egg of an immortal chaleen in this world. After it was born, it grew to its current state. A few people sighed in admiration. They were inwardly shaken, and they were incomparably envious. The purple Chelene roared. Its entire body flourished with purple light. The supreme being among beasts aura made everyone's legs tremble. They couldn't help but back up. Fear emerged within their hearts, and their bodies became ice-cold. The Longma released a long neigh, its voice splitting the sky. It didn't sound like a horse at all, but rather like the roar of a true dragon, shocking the 9 heavens. What? Everyone was given a fright. They never thought that this horse would release the aura of a supreme being among beasts at this moment. Even though its cultivation realm wasn't at the horrifying level, its potential was completely exposed. This is a Longma, the legendary emperor's mount. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. They never thought that this horse would be just as heaven-defying. Normally, the Longma would purposely conceal itself, no different from a horse spirit. Only now did it reveal itself. It was truly different from the masses. Its entire body flickered with scarlet multicolored light, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. It released an extraordinary and immortal aura. Fiery light surged beneath its feet, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Kill. The Overlord released a great roar. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the starry sky trembled along with him. One man and one mount rushed forward, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if an enormous demonic star was smashing over. Yi Fan released a Dao shout. Golden multicolored light erupted from his entire body, and dense immortal mist rose. Blood energy swept out in all directions, covering heaven and earth. At this moment, he operated the army symbol formula to attack the Overlord, using the man and mount as a weapon. He attacked with full force, not leaving any room for maneuver. Chong, chong. Sparks flew in all directions from the black divine metal clothes on the Overlord's body. It was as if 100,000 heavenly swords hacked down on him. He was suffering from incomparable attacks, kung chong sounds ringing through the air. In his surroundings, the heavenly dome collapsed, and the dark cosmos was cut apart. That place became a ruined land, and primal chaos mist was even blasted out. However, when faced with Yi Fan's exceptional attacks, the Overlord was unharmed. He and the purple Chelene stopped, not moving in the slightest in the void. Only zheng zheng metal sounds rang out. Wang Hong. This part of the starry sky exploded, starting to collapse. Everyone's expressions changed, sighing in admiration at Yi Fan's formless killing methods. They were shocked at the Overlord's unmatched divine bravery. He was actually as unmovable as a boulder. Yi Fan's pupils contracted. This was the first time the army symbol formula failed, unable to shake the young supreme being of the heavenly tyrant bloodline. This truly was a great enemy that was terrifying to the extreme. He has reached the Saint King level. Now, there really is nothing we can do. Longma said softly. He was horrified. When faced with such an opponent, anyone would feel apprehensive. He was a supreme being of the same level, and his cultivation realm was far higher than his opponent's. This was a battle without any suspense. Forget about the current era, it would be difficult to find an opponent even in the ancient times. 9 secrets, you actually have it as well, but it belongs exclusively to me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The Overlord's steps were stopped, but he wasn't startled or angry. On the contrary, he revealed a proud expression. Yi Fan's eyes were cold, and his mind was in turmoil. The heavenly tyrant bloodline was the mortal enemy of the divine physique, and this made sense after all. He indeed had the qualifications to be a supreme being of the same level. In the distance, everyone's minds were shaken. Yi Fan had the 9 secrets, and from the Overlord's tone, he also grasped it. Otherwise, why would he use the word also? Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His eyes were sharp, and his battle intent was high. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The black spear in his hand pointed forward. I'll still kill you even if we're at the same cultivation realm. I'll give you a chance. Come over and fight, and I'll let you die a bit more honorably. The Overlord's eyes were intimidating as he looked down on the crowd. This type of domineeringness, arrogance, and wildness was something only he dared to say. It was as if he didn't place the heroes of the world in his eyes. "I'll take your head and send you on your way," Yi Fan said. Hong. The Overlord's divine might overflowed into the heavens. There was a type of arrogance as if he was the supreme being, looking down on the heroes of the world. With the blood-colored spear in one hand, he pointed it at Yi Fan and rushed over. The purple Chelin roared, and the heavens were trampled apart. It was clearly one man and one mount, yet it was as if 100,000 celestial soldiers had descended to the mortal realm. Killing intent covered the sky and earth. "Kill." Yi Fan released a great roar, urging the Longma forward. His body flourished with golden light, as if it was burning fiercely. The black spear in his hands released a sharp radiance, shattering the starry skies. This was a world-shocking battle. The two individuals' blood spears and long spears clashed. The spearpoint and spearpoint collided. In this type of decisive battle, being able to stab each other like this was simply a bit inconceivable. At most, they would pass through each other, and blood would dye the skies red. Hong Long. The great heaven and earth trembled. Divine light flourished between the two individuals. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, engulfing all directions. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, and battle intent pierced through the starry skies of the cosmos. This was a great disaster. Everyone shivered from head to toe, every single one of them horrified. This cultivation realm, this type of fighting strength, how many tens of thousands of years would it be before they could meet again? This type of young supreme being could only be met in this type of golden age. Even though the radiance was resplendent, it was also a type of tragedy. Only one of them could continue living. Clang, clang, metal trembled. The black spear and blood-colored spear clashed thousands to tens of thousands of times in that instant. It was actually the spearpoint against the spearpoint, fast to the point where everyone couldn't react in time. They couldn't keep up with this type of speed that exceeded normal reasoning. This was a battle at the very peak, the limit of what one could reach in this cultivation realm. Radiance instantly illuminated the cosmos, making all of the stars dim. Hong Long. The two individuals intersected. The horses galloped through the sky, each rushing in a different direction. However, a figure shook intensely, and a long string of blood blossomed. Chapter 1351. A long string of golden blood flew up and splashed far away. The radiance of divinity was exceptionally dazzling in the dark universe. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was the blood unique to the divine physique. Was this the end of the battle? So soon, there was a cruel result. It happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. Was the same tragedy going to happen again in this star domain? Yi Fan's body trembled and almost fell from Longma's back into the universe. A terrible wound appeared on his left rib, torn open by the blood spear. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen. The divine physique is about to die. Many people opened their heavenly eyes and watched everything unblinkingly. They knew that life and death could be revealed in the next moment. The two horses staggered and charged in different directions. The wound on Yi Fan's left rib was terrible and could not be healed in a short time. There was a purple ripple spreading and melting the blood essence in his body. Fart. This was not the end, but rather just the beginning. Another stream of golden blood gushed out from the wound as the swirling energy left by the Overlord wreaked havoc. Are you all right? The dragon horse's body was splashed with a large amount of golden blood. Its body felt a little cold and it shuddered. Then, it turned back to look. The purple Chelin carried the Overlord and leaped. The man and the mount's aura were pitilessly terrifying. Strands of purple energy fell down and submerged the Overlord. He was like a reincarnated god. Is this a battle between equals? Longma was furious because it felt an incomparably powerful fluctuation that far surpassed that of a saint. Yi Fan did not say anything. He used the swordsman's secret technique to quickly expel the purple ripple and purify it. Strands of dense purple energy dispersed and the wound finally healed. Kill. The Overlord roared and rushed over on the purple Chelin. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. Purple mist surged and the black metal armor enveloped him. It was mysterious and oppressive. Boom. The Overlord held the spear with a monstrous divine might. It was like a huge star colliding with a destructive fluctuation. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and primal chaos appeared. Suddenly, his body trembled and almost fell off the purple Chaline's back. His chest exploded with a purple flower of blood. It was extremely beautiful and had a divine fluctuation. What? Tyrant is also injured. Everyone was shocked. The purple Chaline roared. It stopped in the void, all of its scales shining. On its back, the firmament Tyrant Bloodline's young supreme being had a wound on his chest, revealing deep bones, purple blood gushing out. This was caused by the tip of the spear, and it was infused with Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit. Therefore, the damage caused was extremely great, but the Overlord forcefully suppressed it. At this moment, he turned around to attack. He wanted to kill Yi Fan in one go, but he didn't expect that his wound would burst open and purple blood would splatter everywhere. Longma's heart skipped a beat. Is he really fighting us at the same level? Everyone was startled. The young supreme being of the firmament Tyrant bloodline had roamed the starry sky ancient road unhindered for tens of years, but he had never been injured in a one-on-one battle. This was the first time. It could be said that Yi Fan had set a precedent. The Overlord's strength has reached this level, so he naturally has his own dignity and self-respect. Fighting at the same level and suppressing his old enemy, only then can he display his unrivaled emperor bearing. Everyone knew that the two were at loggerheads. In a battle of the same level, it was truly difficult to say who was stronger and who was weaker. One was a young supreme being from the star passage, the other a divine physique from the emperor burial star. Both could be called supreme in this world. Blood dripped from the Overlord's chest. Strand after strand of golden multicolored light wreaked havoc in his body. With a loud rumble, his body emitted boundless purple light that shook the starry sky. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time, even more so than when they exchanged blows just now. That was the swordsman character, the flawless swordsman character. It could immediately heal the Overlord's injured body and return him to the peak realm. Divine. Undying technique. Many people cried out in alarm. During the legendary era, there was the celestial being who created the undying divine technique. Later on, he took it a step further and evolved it into the swordsman character. It was the rarest type of wondrous technique known as undying and imperishable. Purple blood vaporized as the Overlord's chest healed at a visible speed. Waves of chanting came from within his body as if a deity was praying for him and increasing his vitality. Yi Fan was deeply moved. How could the Overlord have the swordsman character? This was an ancient divine scripture from the Ziwei ancient star region. Back then, he and Yin Tianda each seized half a page of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold Book. Boom. The Overlord recovered to his original state and coldly looked over. What kind of eyes were those through the heavy armor? The purple pupils were resplendent and lightning shot out in all directions, making people tremble. During the legendary era, my ancestor slaughtered a deity and a supreme being among the holy spirits to obtain this secret technique. Where did you learn half of it? The young supreme being from the tyrant blood of the ether heavens asked coldly. Yi Fan raised the dark golden spear and pointed it at the Overlord. Without any reply, he urged the Longma forward and attacked. Boom. The tip of the spear seemed to be able to topple the heaven and earth. It revealed its sharpness and endless killing intent. The starry sky was shaken and the people in the distance were shocked. This kind of combat strength was not something a saint could display. Is he really just a saint? This was the question in everyone's mind. In the eyes of the heroes, this was clearly a sign that he had been in the Saint King realm for many years. The Overlord sneered and rushed forward with the blood-colored spear in one hand. The 5 fingers of his left hand opened up and 9 ancient characters flickered, turning into a peerless cage and suppressing Yi Fan. It was the Supreme Emperor's symbol of the Tao scripture. In the sky, all kinds of lights danced about, faintly discernible. It was as if a great emperor was chanting scriptures and sitting in the depths of the universe, suppressing the mortal world. Yi Fan was still fearless. The spear in his hand collided with the spear. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and 9 golden ancient characters flickered, emitting blazing light. These were the 9 ancient characters of the celestial scripture of the Sun. They were personally taught by the divine will of the Sun Saint Emperor and were invaluable. The 9 ancient characters shone like 9 galaxies, making everything lose its color. The universe instantly darkened. Ding! The tip of the spear and the tip of the spear collided. Both of them let go at the same time and then opened up their right hands to suppress the other. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air and the chanting became even more ethereal and mysterious. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture appeared in Yi Fan's right hand, while the 9 ancient characters of the celestial Yin scripture appeared in the right hand of the Overlord. They were extremely cold. Both of them grasped the 18 characters and had the same idea. They immediately used them to suppress the other's true body, but they never expected the other to do the same. The supreme secret characters of the celestial Yin, celestial Yang, and celestial scripture were controlled by them. At this moment, they collided and the most terrifying thing happened. The sky was destroyed. Especially when the celestial Yin and celestial Yin met, it was even more terrifying. It was as if the world was being split apart. The birth of primal chaos and the reincarnation of life were all within a single thought. Pu. The bodies of Yi Fan and the Overlord ruptured at the same time. Golden blood spilled out and purple blood splashed. Then, both of them retreated, almost dying together. This was a bitter confrontation. Even those as strong as the Saint physique and as sturdy as the Overlord body had half their bodies destroyed. They were injured by the collision of the celestial Yin and celestial Yang scripture as well as the 9 characters of the Tao scripture. In the distance, everyone's hearts jumped. What kind of scripture did the two of them grasp? It was obvious that they were Emperor's characters. Everyone had more than one type of ancient scripture. Yi Fan's eyes became increasingly deep, but he was still calm. His left hand evolved the 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture to defend himself while his right hand brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fis. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, he had always been the main attacker because no one's offensive power was greater than his. Now that it was a battle of life and death, he had no choice but to be careful. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture suppressed eternity and traversed the heavens, protecting his body behind him. Meanwhile, his right hand turned into a golden fist that tore through everything and pressed forward with an indomitable will. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their light and the star domain lost its color. There was simply nothing that could block it. Boom! The tyrant's expression changed. This was the first time he was so serious. Waves of dense purple energy rose from his body. In his left hand was the 9 ancient characters of the Supreme Yin celestial scripture, resisting the 9 characters of the Tao scripture. His right hand formed a divine seal and evolved into an Overlord bell. The rumbling sound was deafening, shattering the starry sky. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if a demonic god was destroying the world. Battle Saint technique. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. The tyrant body actually grasped this kind of secret technique. This was the key technique he relied on the most. Most of his divine techniques were derived from this technique. In the Age of Legends, this kind of technique was once obtained by the supreme being of the tyrant blood of the heavens. This was a bitter battle. It was like a needle against an awn, a dragon in the clouds meeting a dragon in the mist. Both sides displayed their skills and fiercely resisted. Boom! The 18 ancient characters erupted first. They were shaken until they were dripping with blood and covered in injuries. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist collided with the Overlord bell, and the battle became even more intense. The great bell was long and drawn out as if it came from the primordial times. The golden fist passed through the body of the bell and blasted straight at the tyrant, continuously colliding with his purple blood energy. Fart! Blood splattered between the two. It was a situation where both sides were injured. Both of them fell from their mounts, their bodies covered in wounds that continuously flowed with blood. At this point, the 2 mounts were freed. They rushed together and also began to fight. The tyrant's body was surrounded by blood energy. He activated the hermit secret character and immediately healed his injured body. Yi Fan, on the other hand, directly attacked the tyrant. In terms of healing speed, he was definitely inferior to the tyrant. Therefore, he could only kill without stopping, not giving the tyrant any time to recover. This is not good. The tyrant has grasped the flawless divine spirit immortality technique. His recovery speed is half as fast as the tyrant's. He will most likely exhaust the saint physique to death. Zhao Gongyi, the envoy of the 50th city, revealed a solemn expression. She clenched her small fists. Her big eyes blinked as she bit her lips and said, "Uncle will definitely win. He will be unrivaled under the heavens." Yang Yunting revealed a worried expression. The tyrant's divine bravery had shocked the starry sky ancient path. He was much older than Yi Fan and had cultivated for tens of years. Now, he was a saint king. If he no longer suppressed his realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. The envoy, Zhao Gongyi, also frowned. The tyrant has always done things his own way. He does things unscrupulously. No rules or regulations can restrain him. Now, he only wants to prove that he can kill an old enemy at the same level. If the battle drags on and he can't win, we can't rule out the possibility that he will immediately attack. Kill. At this moment, the tyrant let out a low roar. His entire body emitted a vast amount of blood energy. The purple energy shook the universe. He was like a demonic god that had rushed out of the earth and broken free from his shackles. He was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan also let out a clear roar. He no longer defended and was in a completely offensive state. The two of them collided and fought to the death. Boom! The two of them fought to the death. The power of their attacks shocked the heroes in the starry sky. All of them were dumbfounded. Even the Saint Kings were terrified. They felt a chill run down their spines as they continuously retreated. They were only at the Saint realm, but these two were enough to kill the Saint Kings. How could they not be horrified? The tyrant roared like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He brandished the tyrant fist that was created from the combination of the god race, the saint spirit, and the celestial being techniques to attack Yi Fan in a frenzy. Yi Fan completely let go. His attacks were bold and unrestrained. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, he pressed forward with an indomitable will. Every punch was filled with tyrant blood. He waved it continuously as if he was rotating 6 ancient universes and opening up reincarnation. The battle between the two of them was too tragic. Golden fists and purple tyrant fists. Every strike shattered the heaven and earth. Their hands penetrated each other's bodies several times. The tyrant's armor was broken and his body was almost smashed. Blood flowed freely, but he became even more ferocious. His tyrant fists were matchless and his wondrous techniques were unparalleled. They were all lost techniques, but he actually tore off a 1 kilogram piece of flesh from Yi Fan's body. Pu. He opened his mouth and bit down, directly swallowing it. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It made people's hair stand on end and their bodies feel cold. This was a demonic god full of wildness. Catcher. In this confrontation, Yi Fan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist once again penetrated the tyrant's body and broke his ribs. He was also cold and merciless as he tore off 2 of the tyrant's ribs along with a piece of flesh. Hong. He operated the celestial scripture of Sunday flames danced between his palms and fingers. With a sizzling sound, the 2 ribs and flesh were roasted until they shone with oil. The purple blood evaporated and the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the ribs towards Longma on the other side of the battlefield for it to devour. The tyrant swallowed the flesh. Golden blood dripped from between his snow-white teeth. He looked extremely ferocious. His ribs were broken and he lost 2. However, he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he laughed coldly. "I think you are going to die," he said coldly. Yi Fan gave tit for tat and said, "Are you forcing me to pull weeds? It seems like I can only sharpen my body here." Chapter 1352. Number 1 Under the Starry Skies. Today, the battle between the 2 peerless physiques was a preview of this possibility. In the future, the Emperor's path would be filled with mountains of corpses. This was destined to be an extremely crucial battle. Fat. Blood flew 3,000 feet into the air like a divine rainbow streaking across the universe. It was beautiful and poignant. Golden blood and purple blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan and the Overlord fought crazily. They fought until their bodies were riddled with injuries. The Overlord might increase his battle prowess and suppress Yi Fan with the Saint King realm. However, he had also prepared for the worst. If that was the case, he would use all means to eliminate his destined enemy. Boom! The Overlord fist was matchless. Every time it was waved, it carried the aura of the vast universe. Behind the Overlord was a huge phantom that stood in the starry skies, looking down on all living things. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around this huge phantom. It was like a god that split the heavens and earth apart. The stars flowed in reverse and blood splattered everywhere. The Overlord fist was waved to the extreme, and everything could be destroyed. If Yi Fan hadn't grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, this battle would have been incomparably difficult. The battle intent was too terrifying. The two moved as fast as lightning. It was like 2 stars colliding in succession, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Blazing radiance exploded, causing the sky to tremble and the starry skies to dim. Every punch saw blood, and bones were shattered. It was a tragic sight. The flesh and blood of the Overlord physique and the Saint physique flew everywhere. This level of battle was shocking and intimidated everyone. In the dark universe, everyone felt cold. The battle between the young supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament and the Saint physique was too tragic. This was a bloody battle, a battle of life and death for the number 1 under the heavens. The Saint physique and the Overlord were evenly matched. They were both dripping with blood, and half of their bodies were in tatters. Even their bones were exposed. It made people feel a chill down their spines. Everyone was silent. They compared themselves and felt a great disparity. Looking through the ancient path of the universe, how many people in this realm could fight against these two? Everyone was horrified. All the hair on their bodies stood up, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin due to fear. Longma was the only one who could make a sound at this moment. It was neither nervous nor fearful. It held the 2 pieces of roasted ribs in its mouth that were glistening and emitting the fragrance of meat. The blood bone of the Overlord physique is hard to find in this world. It's really rare. It evaluated in a carefree manner. With a catcher sound, it bit off a piece of meat. Purple divine multicolored light flickered on its surface. This was the essence of tyrant blood contained within. Many of the heroes didn't know its origins. They were all stunned. This horse was just too valiant. Was this a horse or a wolf? How could it eat meat? This was the question in many people's hearts. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, a race's natural instinct should be preserved. I've never been a vegetarian. That's not my style. Unless it's an immortal medicine of immortality, eating large chunks of meat and drinking large bowls of wine are the true colors of a hero. Longma boasted shamelessly. The group of people was a little confused. Yi Fan and the Overlord were fighting fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, but this side was so different, making people a little uncomfortable. Boom! The purple Chelene emitted a divine splendor. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and every scale seemed to be cast from divine gold. They were clear and shiny, possessing the coldness and weight of metal. It trampled through the cosmos like a purple flood, sweeping through the starry sky as it powerfully crushed over. With a single roar, all sides trembled. The purple Chelene was as wild as its master. Its battle intent overflowed into the heavens as it pounced forward. Every time it leapt, it would cover a long distance. It trod across the sky, radiating brilliance. It wanted to kill Longma. In the main battlefield, the Overlord's expression was cold. He shifted his position and was extremely tyrannical. His thick hair danced wildly, and his pupils were like 2 sharp knives. He was close to going crazy. Pu. Blood splattered everywhere. The Overlord's body was in intense pain. His left shoulder couldn't avoid Yi Fan's golden fist and was penetrated on the spot. Purple blood spilled out, and several pieces of white bone fell off. However, he also used this opportunity to cut open Yi Fan's chest and tore out a corner of his heart. Golden blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The bloody scene became more and more ghastly, making everyone shiver from head to toe. These two had suffered extremely serious injuries. If it was someone else, they would have long been dead. The great battle had reached such a state. What the two were fighting for was no longer an ordinary victory or defeat. Not only was it personal life and death, it was also the desire and glory of their ancestors. The two bloodlines were fighting. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Since the ancient times, the great battles had lasted for so many generations. Perhaps it was time to put an end to it. The Overlord wouldn't be bound by rules and regulations, but within a controllable range, he wanted to personally kill his old enemy at the same level. Only then could he prove that the tyrant blood of the ether was the most powerful and number one under the starry skies. In addition, everyone knew that the great emperors were unrivaled among their peers. Apart from ancient chaos, every single emperor had fought their way to the peak and killed many peerless enemies. The Overlord naturally had a knot in his heart. He wanted to test himself. Even in this golden age, he could still win against those of the same generation and kill all enemies. Otherwise, how could he achieve the Tao? Doing so was the most powerful proof that he was comparable to the great emperors when they were young. Ah! The Overlord released a long roar. The metallic luster of the heavy armor on his body had long become dim and tattered. His purple pupils flickered with dim light as he became more and more powerful. After so many years, Yi Fan had fought countless battles. This was the first time he had fought in such a bitter manner. Even his divine body that was known to be indestructible was beaten until it was tattered. Golden blood flowed out as he fought to the point of insanity. Great Yin revolves for 10 million years, blood purges the world. The Overlord roared loudly. His left hand formed an imprint and suddenly used a secret technique from the Great Yin immortal scripture. This was a type of extremely gentle divine imprint that possessed terrifying power. It scattered from the tip of his finger as if it could melt the entire cosmos. Black mist pervaded the air. It seemed light, but there wasn't much that could stop it. Yi Fan used his left hand to block it and was almost melted. Blood dripped out and white bones were revealed. Then, his abdomen erupted with radiance. Scripture sounds rang out, guiding the Great Yin force into the Taiji immortal diagram within the sea of reincarnation. It quickly transformed and disintegrated. Meanwhile, in this attack, Yi Fan saw a wave of the Overlord's essence energy. Apart from his unmatched will, there was also a portion of his life experiences. One could see how terrifying the Overlord was. He merged an unmatched secret technique and will together, reaching a whole new level. Right, he obtained the Great Yin immortal scripture on the ancient path. Fairy Qingsha also obtained some things from the scripture depository, but it wasn't as complete as what he obtained. Yi Fan's mind was shaken, learning about this situation. Hong! Heaven overflowing power surged. The Great Yin imprint in the Overlord's left hand was extremely gentle, while his right hand was the tyrant fist, extremely hard, extremely terrifying. Yin and Yang coexisted. This time, it was even more terrifying. The extreme Yang tyrant fist was the main force, releasing the roars of gods and devils. Figures appeared one after another, quickly engulfing the boundless starry skies. Yi Fan let out a long roar. The Taiji immortal diagram appeared in his body, merging with him. He became the shape of a dragon, fighting with his own sea of reincarnation scripture. Of course, there was also the 6 paths of reincarnation fist mixed in. Every strike would cause blood and flesh to shatter. Golden blood and purple blood streaked across, making this part of the starry sky exceptionally beautiful. Through the tyrant fist, Yi Fan saw an extremely terrifying essence energy. This unmatched fist technique had accompanied the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky from the beginning to the end. Killing the god race, exterminating the Holy Spirit, and inheriting the human race's celestial beings' orthodoxy fused together. The supreme of the tyrant bloodline created this unmatched fist intent. So much so that Yi Fan could see a part of the subtleties of the ancient mother planet where the race was located from this essence energy will. That was a great terror, absolute suppression. No orthodoxy could reproduce there. Only the descendants of the tyrant bloodline, Only this race could cultivate there. Compared to the tyrant bloodline's burial ground in the 50th city of the human race, it was 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more powerful. That was the suppression formed after the tyrant supremes passed away in meditation. It was their celestial ground, and it was the demonic domain of others. Until today, there was only the inheritance of the tyrant bloodline there, and almost no other orthodoxy could be seen. Through the essence energy will, what shocked Yifan the most was that he saw a blurry scene. The tyrant bloodline was born under a ginseng fruit tree. Ginseng fruit tree. Doesn't it belong to the Yongxiong clan? Why did it land on that ancient planet? He was greatly moved. Sure enough, there were too many mutants in this world. The young supreme of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky was actually born under an immortal medicine tree. It was truly a great fortune. After that, Yifan saw another scene. A purple Chelene brought a 4 or 5-year-old tyrant bloodline into an ancient cave with the word tyrant carved on it, and then disappeared. Boom. The tyrant sensed that Yifan was probing because he had also touched a part of Yifan's experience through the essence energy contained in his fist intent. Both of them didn't want others to pry into their secrets, so they immediately cut off their auras, but they still fought to the end. The tyrant wants to kill the holy physique from the Emperor Burial Star to prove that he is the strongest among his peers. This is the conceit of a young supreme being, and also a kind of invincible belief. However, after attacking for so long without success, he has most likely lost his patience and will no longer suppress his realm. The guide envoy Zhao Gongyi had a solemn expression. Yang Yunteng's heart sank, and his face was full of worry. The tyrant was not a good person, and he definitely wouldn't restrict himself. He knew that the other party could increase his realm at any time. Strands of purple light overflowed from the tyrant's body like purple rivers. The entire star domain was in turmoil, and his eyes became even more terrifying. Everyone realized that the young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky might want to increase his realm. He would no longer abide by the rules, and he would kill his old enemy. However, people found that Yifan was incomparably calm without any uneasiness. He was still fighting calmly. Hong. Suddenly, heaven and earth collapsed. The stellar rivers trembled, and the entire cosmos' starry skies began to sway. A berserk aura surged. The tyrant became the only existence between heaven and earth, surrounded by stellar rivers. An even larger void figure appeared behind him, as if it was a heavenly deity that descended into the lower realm, overlooking his old enemy. He broke through the seal. He is finally going to kill the holy physique. Right, the young supreme being of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky has displayed enough strength, not weaker than the holy physique. This is enough to prove how powerful he is. It wasn't that he wasn't a match. The battle accomplishments just now proved everything. It was already enough. Since they were old enemies, he could naturally use any means fair or foul. Now, killing the holy physique that was on par with him, not allowing him to grow up, was the best choice. Roar, the tyrant released a roar, and the starry skies collapsed. The void figure behind him was majestic and enormous, as if a demonic god revived. It unexpectedly opened a pair of cold eyes. In addition, the void figure of a ginseng fruit tree appeared above his head, as if it was truly going to appear. The tyrant didn't hesitate in the slightest, throwing himself murderously at Yifan. He used the power of this great cosmos to destroy all enemies and obstructions. This type of tyrannical fluctuations left everyone horrified. However, the body on the other side suddenly scattered, turning into a wave of clear energy. It spread into the distance, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. The tyrant's attack missed. The heavenly dome collapsed, and he became absent-minded. He coldly gazed into the starry skies. What happened? Why did the holy physique that came from the Emperor Burial Star suddenly disappear? This was what everyone was puzzled about. Then, they all became stupefied. In the depths of the cosmos, an indistinct figure sat there, surrounded by strand after strand of Tao marks. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived. He calmly opened his mouth, but there was only a single word: fight. Was that one of your Tao bodies just now? The tyrant's pupils flickered with a strand of deep light. Correct. In the depths of the cosmos, Yi Fan's true body sat there, calmly speaking. It was as if he was the carrier of the Tao, his figure indistinct and indistinct. This was just too arrogant. Everyone was stupefied. He actually used a Tao body to fight the tyrant. This was a direct blow to the tyrant's wild and domineering nature. The holy physique's true body was actually watching the battle this entire time, not taking action yet. Sure enough, the tyrant released a low roar, forcefully suppressing a certain type of emotional fluctuation. The sun and moon in his eyes were destroyed, the starry rivers shattered, becoming more and more terrifying. Chapter 1353. In the main battlefield, the golden blood had disappeared and turned into wisps of clear air. Only the purple divine blood spilled out, flashing a cold and brilliant light in the dark universe. It was exceptionally demonic. Under the starry sky, there was absolute silence. The Overlord's body was majestic and tall, like a demonic mountain standing there. His thick hair was loose, making it hard for people to breathe. At this time, he didn't say a word. With his back to the heroes, his body was trembling slightly as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. Not to mention the young supreme being of the tyrannical heavenly blood lineage, even the spectators felt very hurt. They silently cursed. The Saint physique was really too sharp, but it was just right. The Overlord was wild and absolutely arrogant. He had come alone from the starry sky to kill his old enemy, but this was the result. Yi Fan had given him a head-on blow. He had only sent out a Taoist body. His real body was like a passerby, sitting calmly in the depths of the starry sky and watching the battle calmly. This was definitely a kind of contempt. It was the Saint physique's ultimate attack. The Overlord had crossed the star field to fight with the Saint physique. His momentum was so great that everyone knew about it. Countless people from other ancient star fields had come here specifically for this battle. In the end, the Overlord was actually fighting with a Taoist body of his old enemy. It was too hurtful that even the young supreme being of the tyrannical heavenly blood lineage, who had always been arrogant and believed that he was invincible, almost lost control of his emotions. Ever since he was born, no one had dared to humiliate him like this. Yi Fan didn't say much, but his actions and means made the spectators want to vomit blood, let alone the Overlord who had fought until now. How could he endure this? The Saint physique's heart is too black. He's really arrogant. He's looking down on people. The Overlord is probably going to explode with anger. You can't say that. The Overlord came with supreme divine power to kill the Saint physique. He's so wild, but he's just met with a counterattack. Under the starry sky, people didn't dare to talk loudly. They only secretly transmitted their voices because the atmosphere was too tense and terrifying. Many people were wondering if Yi Fan was guarding against the Overlord using the Saint King realm to suppress him, or if he had already planned this and deliberately humiliated the Overlord. Many people firmly believed that this was definitely a premeditated humiliation. More seriously, he wanted to shake the Overlord's Taoist heart by fighting with his Taoist body, which was a great embarrassment to him. Obviously, the effect was achieved. The Overlord still hadn't turned around. He was as quiet as an abyss, which made people's hearts palpitate of fear. After a bloody and intense battle, the Overlord finally realized that he was fighting against a Taoist body of his opponent. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Only a few people knew that Yi Fan's Tao body was extremely powerful, almost not weaker than his true body. It was just that he couldn't remain in this world for a long time. The Overlord of light of the of the overoff of. The light into the light of the star of the of into. Of the star of the Overlord was forced to release his seal by a Taoist body, but the Overlord of the Overlord's Taoist body was quietly sitting in the depths of the starry sky and watching. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill all over the starry sky. The Overlord was forced to release his seal by a Taoist body, but the Overlord's true body was quietly sitting in the depths of the starry sky and watching. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to kill all over the starry sky. Although he was furious, he didn't lose his calmness. His eyes became colder and crueler as he stared at the blurry figure and walked forward step by step. In the extremely quiet universe, Longma laughed wildly. Only it dared to be so arrogant. "Overlord, your meat is really good. It's crispy and tastes like chicken." Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? How could it taste like chicken? This was not a good way to put it. In this kind of situation, Longma's undisguised challenge was equivalent to sprinkling salt on the Overlord's wound. It was not kind at all. This sentence was too destructive. However, it didn't finish its sentence just now and followed up with another sentence. "But the bone is really tough. It's so hard that it almost broke my teeth." Everyone was petrified and looked at the other side of the battlefield. Longma was running away from the purple Chaline's pursuit with great speed. The purple Chaline roared and stomped on the sky with its 4 hooves, shattering the starry sky with its roar. The evil horse in front was seriously lacking in moral character. Humiliating the Overlord like this was equivalent to stepping on its face. It couldn't bear it any longer. Longma made a fuss. In terms of realm, it was inferior to the purple Chaline. This was a pure-blooded sacred beast king. It could be called the king among the beasts of the star path. No one knew how many divine mounts it had killed. Unfortunately, Longma didn't fight it seriously at all. It ran with the bone in its mouth and clamored non-stop. "The Overlord's blood tastes really good. Do you want to try the donkey behind me?" "Catcher." Longma's teeth trembled violently and almost broke, but it still couldn't bite through the 2 eerie white bones. "Damned Overlord physique, why are you so hard? Your bones are stronger than sacred weapons. How are you going to let people eat them?" In the cosmos, the atmosphere of the great battle was extremely tense, yet it was speaking nonsense. It made people feel as if time and space had changed. It was absurd and chaotic. "Roar," the purple Chaline roared. It was furious to the extreme. This was its master's flesh and blood, yet this evil horse dared to ridicule it like this. It was truly arrogant. It shattered the starry sky and emitted the aura of a supreme beast. It was even more tyrannical and possessed a bloody wildness. Within its eyes was the terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses. "Do you dare to fight?" After so many years, it had always been the one torturing and killing its enemies. It was unknown how many years it had been since it took the initiative to challenge a divine mount. "Are you joking? I'm not interested in fighting a battle with a donkey." Longma ran frantically in front and refused loudly while gnawing on the bone. Everyone was stupefied. This was the legendary pure-blooded purple Chaline. It was completely different from a donkey, yet it was being called like this. This horse's mouth was too hateful. The purple Chaline was naturally furious. This was a humiliation to it. As the supreme beast of the ancient path, it had never been looked down on and mocked like this before. However, even under these circumstances, the purple Chaline was still restraining itself. It had the aura of a supreme beast king and said in a dignified voice, "You have the blood of a true dragon flowing in your body. You are one of the most noble bloodlines, yet you don't want to fight and run. Don't you feel ashamed?" "I don't." Longma didn't seem to care in the slightest. Moreover, it spoke as if it was as light as a feather, making people feel as if they couldn't hit it. It took to its hooves and ran madly without stopping for even a moment. "I am challenging you," the purple Chaline said with an imposing manner. Its steps tore apart the starry sky like a beast descending from the immortal realm. "I refuse," Longma said righteously. "I am seriously challenging you." The purple Chaline was driven mad. "I am also very seriously rejecting you." "Please don't doubt my attitude," Longma said seriously. The purple Chaline was a bit stunned. What kind of horse was this? It refused righteously and didn't even dare to accept the challenge. It didn't feel ashamed at all and instead had a proud appearance. Where did this sense of superiority come from? The heroes watching the battle were also dumbfounded. "Do you still have the dignity of a powerful expert?" The Chaline Saint King was furious. "What kind of plaything is that?" Longma asked. You have cultivated longer than me and reached the sacred beast king realm. You came to fight with me like this, but in the end, you say that I am a coward. Are you crazy?" Longma said in disdain. It directly stood on its hind legs and ran madly. The purple Chaline was furious. It raised its speed to its limit and turned into a beam of purple light. It forced Longma to use the traveling formula and land on its hind legs. Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Longma was one of a kind. It said shamelessly, "Did you see that? I can outrun you with 2 legs. If you are so good, run with all 5 legs." The group couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, there were people who sided with the tyrant and his mount. One of them couldn't help but say, "What kind of person raises a horse? It's not a good bird. I can tell you're a good bird." Longma landed on its hind legs and had an extremely wide field of vision. It turned back and replied to that person. The cultivator was so angry that his lips trembled. But before he could say anything, something happened on the other side that shocked the human race. It attracted everyone's attention. Rumble. The tyrant was a peerless genius of his generation. He was undefeated on the human race's ancient road and had never tasted defeat. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, surrounded by stars as he attacked Yifan's true body. However, as soon as he entered the starry sky, he encountered great trouble. The entire starry sky seemed to have been ignited. Countless planets emitted blazing light, and strands of Tao patterns interweaved in the universe. The formation left behind by the ancient heaven has been revived. Who did this? Someone cried out in the dark, and the voice of the divine sense was extremely old. The celestial bodies connected and turned into a huge divine diagram. It was like a heavenly net that covered the tyrant within. It was boundlessly terrifying. The tyrant went crazy. A beam of purple chi that pierced through the universe rushed out from the top of his head. His hair danced in the wind. He was like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, destroying everything as he rushed toward Yifan. The young supreme of the tyrant blood of the firmament had become a saint king. This kind of strength made people tremble. He could definitely sweep through all the regions, and even ordinary great sage would have to fear him. Meteors exploded one after another. Even though they were engraved with ancient Tao patterns, they couldn't stop his advance. The tyrant's divine bravery collapsed the galaxy with a roar. Star fragments revolved around him. His divine might was peerless. In terms of battle prowess alone, it was difficult to find a match in the same generation. Boom! He pierced through the starry sky, and a resplendent fist shadow flew toward Yifan. It was like a purple sun star had exploded. Dazzling light streaked across the sky, and the aura of primal chaos filled the air. However, in the face of this attack that could shatter the heavens, Yifan sat cross-legged in the starry sky. He didn't stand up and only raised his right hand, suppressing forward. The 6 seals of the immortal prohibition. He borrowed the power of the heavenly origin divine formation to display this extreme divine technique. Many galaxies surged and radiated boundless brilliance. They gathered around him and suppressed the tyrant body together. The highest realm of the Yuan Taoist master's lineage didn't target the source of the stone, but the source of all things. At that time, not to mention the world's essence energy, ancient minds, and divine materials, even the stars and all living things in the sky could become its source. Obviously, Yifan came to this star region and peered into this domain. He found the direction from the Patriarch's realm and transcended the heavenly origin book. Now, he was truly displaying it. The forbidden immortal 6 seals forcefully sealed the tyrant king's fist. Moreover, a large hand formed from the radiance of all things covered the sky and earth as it suppressed towards the tyrant king. Boom! This was a world-shocking collision. The meteorites, planets, and sun-stars under the starry sky all released divine splendor. They gathered towards Yifan's large hand and suppressed towards the tyrant king. After a series of great collisions, the tyrant king roared and shattered the sun, moon, and stars. "Saint Physique, come out and fight," he roared towards the starry sky. "As you wish," Yifan replied. He stood up from the void and calmly faced the tyrant king. His hands slowly moved about as he displayed his own unparalleled technique. Boom! It was as if a deity was moving the sun, moon, and stars. His radiance was boundless, and his hands formed the yin-yang life and death reincarnation imprint. The stars in the sky moved together with him, and all kinds of formation patterns flickered. In the starry sky, a giant yin fish and a giant yang fish tangled together, slowly moving about. They emitted an ancient and vast aura of dignity, as if they could destroy all living things. This was Yi Fan's technique. When it was combined with the original technique, the great formation in the starry sky turned into the yin-yang fish. They turned into a pair of hands that slowly pressed down towards the tyrant king. This kind of scene, this kind of power, this kind of domineeringness shocked everyone until they were stupefied. One has to understand that the yin-yang fish was formed from many stars. Now, as Yi Fan formed the imprint, it evolved into a pair of large hands that suppressed all living things. Chapter 1354. Boom. Yi Fan formed the yin-yang life and death seal. The Milky Way was boundless and boundless. A pair of huge yin and yang fishes entangled and covered the tyrant below. The universe seemed to be repeating itself. The tyrant's expression changed. He had never been so passive in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, the sky was collapsing and the starry sky was collapsing. He had no place to stand. The purple aura surged and rushed for tens of thousands of miles. He was like a sage in the ancient times. He emitted strands of unfathomable aura that went against the sky and bombarded the yin and yang fishes. At this moment, the universe roared. The world seemed to have been born. Everything was broken. Chaotic mist filled the air. Divine light and turbulence were everywhere. Yi Fan combined the original technique and used his own secret technique to launch an earth-shattering attack. The tyrant's body shook violently and was sent flying. It was as if he was fighting against the will of the entire universe. Crack! The tyrant was sent flying for an unknown distance. He crashed into a super meteor. His metal armor was broken, but he was unharmed. He was still as powerful as a demon. His hair fluttered about chaotically, and the purple light in his eyes was like an ocean, deep and vast. When he stared at someone, it could swallow their mind, and it was extremely oppressive. The tyrant was unharmed. Although he was a bit embarrassed by Yi Fan's attack, he was not injured. On the contrary, many meteors exploded one after another. The tyrant was brave. The remnant formation left by the ancient heaven couldn't do anything to him. Saint Physique, even if you are extraordinary and have set up an ancient formation, what can you do to me? In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. You can't do it. The tyrant roared and pointed at Yi Fan. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He was preparing to kill in peace. His purple eyes were dark and gloomy. He was looking for a chance to kill his old enemy. He wanted to do it cleanly and cleanly. He wanted to wipe away the shame of not being able to defeat the Taoist body. Under the starry sky, Yi Fan's black hair was loose. His eyes were deep and profound. He stood there like a divine king. Rays of starlight gathered toward him. In the end, the boundless white starlight poured down like a waterfall and poured onto his body, forming a vast ocean of radiance that made the starry sky tremble. Yi Fan was very calm. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He was like a god overlooking the mortal world, and everything was under his control. Come and fight, I'll cut off your head. The tyrant stood on the Milky Way, his entire body surging with battle intent. His eyes were even sharper than the heavenly sword, giving off an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Strand after strand of fluctuations seeped out, spreading into the distance. The crowd trembled, feeling a tremendous pressure from his body. It was extremely intimidating, and many people almost knelt down. This was the awakening of the supreme tyrant blood. His entire body was enshrouded in purple energy, and an enormous figure appeared behind him. It was as if an ancient deity had crossed over from the ancient times. Hum! The heavenly dome cracked apart, stars trembling chaotically, about to fall down. The black demonic image behind the overlord went crazy, destroying heaven and earth as it slaughtered its way towards Yi Fan. In the heavens above and earth below, only I am supreme, the overlord roared loudly. His head of hair danced about, and he merged with that enormous demonic figure. He brandished his tyrannical fists, sweeping through everything in his path. At this moment, the entire starry sky revived, as if it possessed a divine consciousness. Tao patterns interweaved, producing millions and millions of strands of light, as if they had evolved into an enormous life form. The originally dark cosmos was now a vast expanse of whiteness. The power of many stars condensed, forming a pair of large hands for Yi Fan. He also took action at this time, suppressing towards the Overlord. Yi Fan was clearly standing there, but there was a pair of starlight arms. It was as if they crossed 3,000 worlds and reached into the depths of the Milky Way, suppressing all tangible things. His Genesis technique was exceptional, drawing upon the origin of all things, allowing the rivers of stars to join his body and converge into his body. He possessed a type of extreme power, Hong. The large hand formed from starlight slammed down, and that enormous ancient deity figure immediately staggered. The Overlord released a long roar, becoming even more valiant. His entire body was covered in Dao scars, emitting blazing light. One revolution of the lunar, 10,000 years of time. The Overlord roared loudly. His entire body was covered in ancient symbols that flickered and fused together with that enormous figure. It was as if an immortal supreme being had revived and pounced over. He destroyed many falling stars as if he was moving against the river of time. He rushed to a place extremely close to Yi Fan, and even that pair of light hands formed from starlight couldn't stop him. 7 seals for immortals. Yi Fan roared loudly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Many stars trembled, all of them emitting origin divine splendor that pervaded this place. An extremely enormous fluctuation engulfed the cosmos. This was actually the fluctuation of the most powerful saint-king level. He was merely a saint, yet he actually displayed such an exceptional divine ability. It was simply inconceivable. This fluctuation was too tyrannical, and the entire Milky Way was vast and mighty. Tens of thousands of divine patterns densely covered this place, its divine might matchless. Peng! The Overlord was slapped by a large hand, and then his entire body was sent flying. Purple blood splashed out. It was also only in this place that Yi Fan could sublimate his origin technique. This was because there was the heavenly origin divine formation here, which helped him to use this supreme secret technique to the extreme. It was comparable to the past patriarchs in their later years. This was definitely a saint-king level secret technique. As the Yuan Taoist master, Yi Fan stood tall in this ancient land, and his origin technique could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It had reached the extreme realm. This technique was said to be able to seal immortals. Although it was an exaggeration, it also showed how terrifying it was. Now that the 7 layers of seals had manifested, there was a majestic aura that could suppress the past, present, and future. The Milky Way trembled, and light after light descended, pressing down on the Overlord. It made it difficult for him to even stand, and he was sent flying again. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Overlord is injured. Everyone was shocked. He had removed the seal, so why was he at a disadvantage now? This was something that no one could understand. There is a formation of the ancient heaven here. Although it is badly damaged, it is not something that a saint king can destroy. The saint physique stands in it, and it is innately invincible. An old voice came from the darkness, like the ringing of a golden bell, shaking people's hearts and souls. In the battlefield, the Overlord was facing a terrifying suppression. The starlight that filled the sky pressed down layer after layer, as vast as the ocean, boundless as the eye could see, and the silver-white light was incomparably magnificent. Yi Fan waved his golden fist and punched down. This was the combination of the 7 seals of the immortal and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It suppressed the Overlord, causing him to retreat continuously, and purple blood splattered. At this time, the Overlord was in danger. With his high cultivation level, he did not fear Yi Fan's other methods, but in this place, the origin technique made him particularly passive. Rumble. 5 layers of starlight pressed down, wrapping him inside. He struggled like a silkworm, but he could not break out of the cocoon. The Overlord roared and struggled with all his strength. The phantom that fused with him burned, emitting wisps of black light, and finally broke the big cocoon, killing a way out. The 6 seals of the immortal pressed down, and the 6th layer of starlight was more terrifying than all the previous ones added together, causing the Overlord to stagger and fall again, almost being sealed. In other places, the origin technique would not be so powerful, but it was different here. It could resonate with the formation left behind in the ancient heaven, and it worked together. The Overlord was covered in blood, and his body was shattered. The phantom behind him could not even appear, which was the embodiment of the Overlord fist reaching the extreme, and now he was injured. As soon as the 6 seals of the Immortal fell, the vast starlight sprinkled down, like a surging river, like the sea hitting the sky, extremely violent, but also dazzling. This was a magnificent scene. In this starry sky, Yi Fan stood alone in the galaxy, and below him, the silver-white divine light was boundless, drowning the Overlord and killing him one after another. For this battle, Yi Fan had made ample preparations, capturing a few saints as miners, and laying down a peerless origin technique here, so that he could use the origin technique. Of course, in this process, there were also meteors exploding, and ancient formations were destroyed, because the Overlord was too powerful. However, all the formation patterns related to the ultimate origin technique were unaffected, and Yi Fan protected them. The Overlord's condition was very tragic. After the 6 seals of the Immortal fell, the skin and flesh on his body were torn, and the white bones were exposed. Purple blood splattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. No one in this world can suppress me, even if you laid down an ancient formation, I can still break it. His eyes were blazing with purple light, and there was no sclera, no pupil. They became a whole body, and looked very terrifying. He chanted the immortal scripture, and the perfect swordsman secret activated. His whole body emitted a precious splendor, and he almost instantly recovered, as if he had an immortal body. Moreover, he grasped the supreme yin celestial scripture, the Tao scripture, the tyrant blood of the firmament, and other ancient scriptures. All kinds of orthodoxies were merged into one, and he released an immortal splendor. His appearance was dignified, and he blocked the 6th seal. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan's hands moved, and with the help of this place, the 7th seal fell. The vast sky trembled, and the river of stars surged. The highest realm of the origin technique was not aimed at the source of the stone, but at the common people and all living things, so it was called the source of all things. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. When the 7th seal came out, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. It was accompanied by waves of demonic wails, and the universe shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. This was the law of the ancient formation, and through Yi Fan's guidance, it gathered into the 7 seals of the Immortal, forming an unparalleled power that could kill gods and Buddha. In this starry sky, many ancient formations revived, the radiance even more resplendent than before. A Taiji immortal diagram faintly appeared, mysterious and terrifying. The power needed for the 7 seals of the Immortal was too great, almost sucking out all of the power of this place. It was demanded from the ancient formations, forcing them to revive. It flowed with shocking power. The method Yi Fan displayed was many times more powerful than the 7 seals of the Immortal that the 4th-generation ancestor Wu Yi vaguely touched upon. It was because the environment here was the most compatible, previously changed by Yi Fan, meticulously arranged. Catcher. Several of the Overlord's bones were broken, tumbling 6 times. His entire body cracked apart, revealing white bone stubble. Purple blood flowed outwards, creating a ghastly sight. Layer after layer of stellar radiance descended, forming a silvery white cage. It seemed like it was going to completely suppress him, seal him within. "You have angered me," the supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament said coldly. Today, he suffered setbacks again and again. It wasn't that he wasn't a match, but rather that he was sullen to the extreme. So what? Yi Fan was calm and carefree as he stood in the starry sky. He was like a deity that transcended beyond the 9 heavens, his entire body erupting with precious splendor. "Watch as I break the formation and take your head," the Overlord said gloomily. At this moment, he sat there, allowing the 7 seals of the Immortal to descend. The stellar radiance formed a prison, trapping him. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. A black figure appeared in front of him, demonic energy overflowing into the heavens, intimidating the 6 Tao. The experts in the starry sky all felt a wave of fear, feeling waves of chilliness. It was as if the most terrifying and evil demonic deity had walked out from the legendary era, appearing in this world. The will of a deity. Yi Fan was moved. Two resplendent streaks of divine radiance shot out from his eyes, as if two streaks of lightning streaked across the sky. Whose divine will was that? Which great emperor did it belong to?